Welcome back. It's a brand new season of CGL.
This is just an absolute treat. These players are so damn good.
The talent on these teams is undeniable. Everybody on every team right now is making plays.
It's going to be an exciting start to the season, and it'll just get better from here on out.
We're about to step to a whole new era of Overwatch Esports. So much exciting action is happening here on CGL that you do not want to miss.
Look who's starting it all off. It's Raven. No one necessarily figure out what is the right way to go just yet.
What a nice roll through from Peyton. He's just going to solidify everything from Mythos.
Does come back, and Arsario gets the mech, but I don't need a mech. I'll kill 4 anyway.
This is just a highlight reel for Arsario right now.
They're making a statement in the EU Masters here.
This patch is still incredibly fresh. There's so much to learn, so much to change about the way we play the game.
SKC, but the shatter is colossal.
Let's get it going.
Trades keep coming through. Lores, you're going to be able to find these shots true.
Idu on the overclock with 2.
Here comes an Amblet immediately goes back to fine skills, slicing and dicing their way through 2, 3, so back and forth.
Well, what do you know? It's Friday night again, which means it is time for CGL Overwatch 2 Friday Night Overwatch. Hello, everyone, and welcome. It is a pleasure to have you all here. And my goodness gracious, what a handsome desk we got going on right now. Of course, myself, Sam Tonks, I'm going to be your host, joined by my incredibly big-brained desk as well, Bull Skunk, Chef Billy, and Joker's Ransom, who are going to help us break down what is going to be happening with tonight's matchup of YE Snowfall versus Sussy Sloss. Now, Bull Skunk, I'm going to start off with you. This is this is an insane matchup.
This is an insane matchup. And I mean, well, especially, you know, as we have seen, if you are regulars here at Friday Night Overwatch, at least the past couple weeks, I trust my handy dandy dice to tell me exactly how insane this matchup is going to be. According to my dice, this one is going down to the wire. I'm not going to spoil the Preds just yet. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but the dice are saying this one is going to be close. It's going to be real darn good.
Well, hopefully your dice are better than Geo's dice, because they had a 3. They had a 3-2 earlier. I'm not saying anything against Geo, but they need to get some new dice, Bull Skunk. Billy.
Hi.
Billy, why Snowfall, Sussy Sloss? Are we about to watch a nuclear bomb go off?
Yes. Yes. I mean, I think Sussy Sloths are going to just wipe the floor, to be quite honest. I'm not even going to lie about it. Sussy Sloths has a decent enough lineup that I think can stand up to the upper echelons of the NA console open. So, you know, are they short us good? Maybe not, but they're definitely up there. I think they're definitely getting the equivalent or requisite experience to be able to start challenging them. They're starting to get a little bit more consistency in their lineups, but I think that the hot fix has completely beep everybody over this week because nobody knows what to play right now. I mean, Jeff and I cast last night, and people were throwing stuff out there that you just, if it works, it works, and that's what happened last night.
Billy, I could not agree with you more. We even got a taste of that earlier tonight in the EU side of things, where we pretty much got the entire Overwatch roster used. It's just chaos, Joker. It's chaos. What are we supposed to do with this? What are the teams supposed to do, right?
It was mainly Orisa, mainly Tracer, mainly Sojourn, mainly Kiriko, mainly Lucio. And that, I mean, obviously, if something happens, we might see a swap coming in. We saw it with the Timeless, or no, not Timeless. It was who was playing Defiant? It was LFO. LFO was playing Defiant in there.
So it depends on what match you're talking about.
Yeah, it was in the winners bracket. It was LFO versus Defiant, and LFO made swaps over to Mauga in their Flashpoint matchup, which Mauga did get that hot fix to get that nerf. Still can be played pretty well. Yeah, revert.
Not a nerf, it's a revert.
So so it's not as obviously dominant as we once saw it. But
I gotta wait, hold on. I gotta interject here. Hold on.
What,
Hold the phone.
what?
All right, so we've got a screenshot out there that's from Avril's stream where he's got 4 separate streams going on yesterday, right? 4 separate co-streams. There's not a same comp on any one of those streams. Not a one.
No.
Not a one.
Can we also talk just about like the capabilities of that man to just absorb 4
That dude's
streams
a
of
machine.
information all at once? Okay.
That dude's a machine. We are blessed to have Avril in the Overwatch community. That man is an absolute machine.
All 3 of y'all are play-by-play casters. You've never had the fortune of having a personal VOD review with him and Harry leg day on a fucking stream. I still have nightmares from being eviscerated by those 2. But it made me a better caster. And I mean, Avril, if I had 1/10 of his ability, good God, I'd go so far. But Jesus Lord.
We digress. You're absolutely
we're
correct. Getting a VOD review with Avril is the most humbling experience in the world as a caster. But we do digress. We have seen everything in this meta. We have seen Zarya, Doomfist. I mean, it's Sigma. The Maga's coming back. Orisa is kind of the mainstay. I agree with that is the Orisa's kind of the front pick, but it doesn't seem to last long anymore. And yeah, this meta's all over the map, man.
It really is. A lot of what we've been seeing is that they start off on the Orisa meta, and then eventually, as the night and as the matches wear on, they slowly shift away from it into whatever amorphous blob they decide to turn into towards the end of the night. Regardless, though, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings for our teams and get an idea of just how week 2 for stage 2 has been going. Of course, YE Snowfall is the one sitting pretty at top, but I mean, really, it's kind of like whatever, right?
Yeah.
When you look at the rest of everything that's going on.
I mean, you say it's a whatever, but this just reinforces exactly how my Obsidian and my Opalite dice told me this was going to go. I use nice gemstone dice for this. I'm not using some cheap resin crap for this. This deserves high quality. And this told me, like, this one is going to be down to the wire. I mean, like, only one map separates these 2 teams. There's no way this is going to be a 3-0, right? Right?
Billy, right? Billy, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I took a couple tea leaves at the bottom of my iced tea and took a look at them, and that's how I made my decision tonight. I just threw dice in the wind. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason what's going on right now until people figure out how to work around the patch. Because it has really screwed people's understanding of the mid-season changes. And Season 9 has already got everybody screwed up in the head anyway, so, I mean, why not throw this patch on top of it? So, I mean, whatever happens, let the dice fly, as Caesar said before he crossed the Rubicon. Yeah, let the dice fly. We'll see how it goes down. I think it's going to be Saucy Sloths taking a 3-0 win, but, I mean, that's just seriously a shot in the dark. I have no idea how this is going to go. I do not envy the casters of their call on this one.
Yeah, definitely don't envy the casters, Joker. Are you nervous, buddy? Are you sweating? You kind of
Not really. I'm really excited to see this. I had to base my prediction because of how close everything was, besides with the strength of schedule, and it turned out that actually Celeste Sloth had a marginally tougher schedule, even though it's so close. It was like 3.46 versus 3.12, I think is what YE Snowfall had, and the Celeste Sloth had that 3.46 or 3.4. So I mean, yeah, it'll be tough. I mean, it is like you said, a coin flip, and it's a dice roll away from really being what it can happen in this matchup. But I think I'm just basing my current predictions off of
the desk is slowly, I think, becoming a D&D style.
That's what happens when you get me on the desk, man.
We're slowly becoming D&D.
You just pull a DM on your desk. Have you seen my Twitter lately? All I do is post about painting minis and stuff, man. Like, it's ridiculous.
Can we do weekly CGL D&D on stream? Thoughts?
I'll DM it.
Hey, you know what?
I'll DM it.
Billy doesn't want to do this?
No,
it's
I'll
okay.
get the content team on it. We'll get the content team on it. We'll do something. We'll figure something out. Anyways, let's get this rails back on. This feels like map 5 all over again, Jeff.
Yeah, well,
All right. Hey,
I love it.
If you're there.
I'm gonna roll the dice and oh, look at that! It's
Oh,
time for us
God.
to talk about the lineups. Really
Roll
convenient
for,
how that worked out. An initiative, right?
Yeah,
Or something.
roll for
I'm not a big
initiative.
D&D. Yeah, there we go. I'm not a big D&D person, so
that's
oh,
fine.
I should change that. Starting off with Sussy Sloss, though, we got Jackish, Boosted, Blizito, 6'7", and Spencer. Joker, this is a lineup of the century, lineup of the ages, but of course we know that Sussy Sloss is also working with a veritable army. This is just a taste of what they have at the forefront.
Yeah, and obviously their support player has the power of Lil Wayne behind them with 6'7". But I'm really.
I just thought they were a
excited to see
lip
this,
fan.
No, it could be that, but I took it the Lil Wayne lyrics.
No,
But
you're probably right.
I'm excited. Jackish, very good DPS player, boosted as well, and then Blizito on the tank role as well. Very good all-around team. Really, it's not just one player that stands out. It is a team effort that comes in from the Sussy Sloth squad.
Yeah, so Bullskunk, we brought out the big weapons right off the bat.
I mean, I was gonna say, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, like, Joker, you've been a little bit more intimately involved here at CGL in the past season or two, but I feel like Jackish is a name that really stands out. That's a name that pops out to me as an X Factor DPS player that could take over a match.
Yeah, I feel like that as well. I'm looking at their previous teams to what you might know them from. If we can pull that up. They were on previously, let's see here. Nemesis, Pandora's Wrath, tier 3 back in
That's an awesome
2020.
name, by the way.
Yeah, there's a throwback. Maybe that's I probably cast him at that point. You know how much
Yeah,
tier
exactly.
3 we cast in 2020?
That's
Holy cow!
That's why I brought it up. Tier 3, 2020.
No wonder.
It was,
That's
it was the year of Bull Skunk and Billy.
no wonder I recognize Jackish. There you go.
I mean, Billy, is this bringing up the memories? Is this like nostalgia at its finest?
I mean, pandemic casting hit different.
Yes, it
especially
did.
during
Yes, it
that,
did.
especially during that month where we casted like 100 games.
It was a 3 month
It
span.
brings
but
back
yeah.
trauma and fond memories. But I mean, yeah, Jax or Jassy. I don't know if it's Jaxish or whatever, but
Jackish.
if I remember correctly, yeah, definitely an impact player. I think boosted. I think we saw them during. I think we saw him during the mid-season tournament. Had a really good tracer. So I think that the 1-2 punch here of Sussy Sloss and their synergy, being able to work together, I think that's what brings them such a really good team or really good squad together. But they do sub in and out quite a bit.
Mhm.
They do.
Yeah. I think we've casted their games before. It was like week 3, I think. They played Mischievous Boxes, who were now moved over to Chihuahuas, right? And then, so it was I think it was a good matchup. I think that was one of their ones they lost, though.
Probably greatest rebranding in the history of Overwatch. Anyways.
These are facts.
All right, now that we've got Sussy Sloss taken care of, let's now look at YE Snowfall. We've got another beautiful, beautiful lineup with Raven, Yulk, A, MJH, Insomniac. Bullskunk, who's popping out here? What are we looking at here? And by the way, I mispronounced the tank's name. It is Ev.
I mean, I don't have much familiarity with any of these players. I don't think that I have seen them in recent memory. Now, doesn't mean that they haven't been on stream. I mean, it's probably just, I'm a busy man. I can't catch every single match here at CGL, unfortunately. Wish I could. But I do know that they're at the top of the standings. And to me, I mean, I know what their opponents are like in this group. And so if Snowfall is sitting there number 1, this has got to be a highly talented squad. And, well, we'll just see if they can adapt to where the meta stands now.
Number 1 for a reason, right, Billy? This is a lineup that we have coming up here that are going to have to go up against, I mean, number 2, but really it's just that one map differential separating them.
I'm looking at past results. I'm looking at mid-season. tournament results as well. And I mean, I believe I was on either one of the casts, or I was watching one of the casts where Eve kind of had some issues going up against more in-your-face tanks. So I want to see if they have actually turned that around, which, based upon their record, I'm going to say they did, because that was something that I was calling out there. I've noticed that there were some positioning issues for Snowfall. I know that Yolk can definitely get it done. I know that Insomniac had a damn good Lucio as well. So maybe they cleaned it up after that mid-season tournament. Maybe they recognized some stuff that maybe there was going right. Maybe the patch has really helped them out as well. So, I mean, anything's a go here. I'm ready to see how this goes down, because this is going to be, I think this is going to be a banger, just based upon how close they are. I mean, not much stands between them in strength of schedule. Also, I mean, they're sitting at 4-1, which makes me want to take a look at the other division to see who they've all feasted on from this division. But we'll see that later on.
If I could add on to that, I will say, in a meta that is as shaken up as we are in, having a top tier Lucio player is as good as gold. That is so important in whatever your team wants to adapt. So having an S tier Lucio player, I mean, really puts you above the pack. We've seen evidence of that throughout OWCS in these past couple days.
Absolutely. Hey, gotta love our Lucio players. They are
Gotta love your sport
magical
players in general.
They're magical. They're so beautiful to watch, and the gameplay that we get out of them is always chef's kiss. Sorry, Billy. Now, Joker's here on the desk with us. There was supposed to be another person on the desk. Goes by the name of Headram, Red Hammer, something.
Pistachio Man.
Pistachio Man, short bald guy.
Nut lover.
Yes!
They're on their birthday trip, though. Headrammer decided
Yeah.
that instead of Friday night Overwatch, it's time to go look at big nuts. So,
Huge shout out, happy birthday to Headrammer.
Let's go!
Enjoy your giant nut, Hammer.
Oh my gosh. You think he's like so happy about his big pistachio?
You can tell by how much of the picture he gave himself versus how much of the picture he designated for the pistachio. I mean, like, yes.
I just want to see him like superimposed next to it to see how actually tall the pistachio is, because he's like what, 5'6", 5'5".
Can we just make that our background for the rest of the day? Can that just be our background for the rest of Friday Night Overwatch?
Get rid of the flyovers. Get rid of everything else.
Hey,
It's just
we'll
Headrammer
get back to that
pistachio.
next week. It's Cerberus' birthday. Let's just make that our background. I'm sorry, Hippie. I know you're cursing me right now. I'm so sorry. He's not actually. Hippie's amazing. He's not actually. Oh my
goodness. And once again, though, big happy birthday to Headrammer. Without him, I mean, really, CGL would just be nothing. It would just be.
We're nothing without you, buddy.
It would just
Happy
be gone.
birthday.
So,
Yeah, happy birthday, man. Thank you.
enjoy your trip and enjoy the absolute degeneracy clips that you're going to see on Twitter later this evening.
Birthdays are a pretty amazing thing. Birthdays are like the one time a year you can celebrate being yourself. It doesn't matter who the hell you are. It doesn't matter where you are in your life. It doesn't matter anything. You can celebrate the awesomeness that is you. Birthdays are very special, man.
They are very special. Take a night off. Go and enjoy it. We're also going to be enjoying something here, courtesy of Bull Skunk, because I can never escape from... it's time, because I can't escape from these games, apparently. I can never get away from them. I always have to at least do them once. And, well, Bull Skunk, you have something that you did last week. Can I get a little jingle? Can I jingle it?
By all means, please.
All right.
Do it.
Because you've got Name That Sound.
Dun, dun, dun. There you go. All right. Drop out. Come hire us. We're ready. All right, here we go. All right. Yeah. Okay. So we're back with another round of Name That Sound, new and improved here for week number 2. Of course, if you are new to this game, we're gonna play sounds from Overwatch. Our 3 contestants will have to write down what hero and what ability, cooldown, or ultimate, or whatever they think this sound comes from in the game. I've eliminated voice lines. You're not going to get any other cue other than in-game sound effects. What was that? Did you have a question?
I need to get paper.
Oh, you can use.
I'm just going to use my
like,
phone. I'm using my phone. I'm using like the notepad.
That'll work. You could also just throw a text layer over your OBS. That works really easily.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I think that's a better idea. I think that's better. Hold on. I
Okay,
can't
you were
believe I
supposed
didn't
to
get
teach
this
me how
set
to
up.
do it. Now
Oops.
I'm sitting here with my thumb up my.
Well, just get your pen and paper like you had last time. We had a bit of an audible. All right, we had to throw. Sam is cooking. There you go. Yeah. Oh, it's Sam is cool. There it is.
There we go. All right, I'm ready.
There
I'm
we
ready
go.
now. I'm ready.
All
Did you do
right.
that?
All right. Live. Here you go. You got your OBS ready, Billy? Okay, you got your pen and pad. Never mind. You're good to go. All right. If you got something, all right. Fantastic. Okay, so we are going to play a sound. There's a theme to these sounds. At any one of the rounds, you can enter what you think the theme is and get a bonus point. Anybody who would guess on that same round would also get a bonus point. Also, there is a impossible, ridiculous 2-point bonus question at the end. Are we ready?
Well, let's do this. I'm scared.
All right. Hey, wait, what was that? I thought somebody said hold on, actually. We good? All right, let's get into it. Sound number 1. Let's play that one again.
I didn't hear it.
Oh. We're literally trolling Joker. Joker was actually not getting the sound.
Yeah, I was about to say that's not fair.
Oh no! Oh no! Our producer's trolling Joker. Oh, that's too funny.
So can we go? Can we do it? Oh, that. Okay, I got it.
Okay. I think I got it.
All right, write down your answers. All right, let's lock it in. And 3, 2, 1, reveal. What do we think it is? I see Diva Remake, Call Mech, Diva.
Yeah, it's just Diva.
I need more than that. I need more than just Diva. No, come on. No. I need the ability or what it is more specific than just the hero.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. I'll take it.
It is a point for Billy and Joker. That is in fact the remake. Oh yeah, try to center your text if you can. There you go.
Life is tough like that. Okay. All right.
Oh, we're playing on the fly. You know, it's my fault. It's my fault.
Okay. All right.
All right. Hey, just a little bit of scuff. It's a bull skunk game. It's got to have a little bit of scuff. Here we go. Sound number 2. Can we bump the volume on those a little bit? I feel like they're a little quiet, actually. Just a little bit. What?
One more time.
There's only one thing I know.
Think about what you're hearing. Everybody got an answer?
No, but I'm just gonna throw it into the wind.
Play it one more time.
One more time. All right, whatever. I'm just gonna go for it. All right, I'm ready.
You know what I decided I think I need to do here? I think I want to
Wait,
record. I don't know. We'll figure it out later. I can record the sounds with the voice line over it as the reveal. All right, what do we think it is? What do we think it is? Lock it in. Turn them over. What do we got?
Right.
Let's see. I got Barrage for Billy. I got Farah Ult. We've got Maga Charge. That is a point for Sam and Billy. That is in fact Barrage.
Wow! Sam did it, baby!
That's why if I played it back with Justice Reigns from above, it would automatically click with the going on behind it.
Exactly. I was listening and I was like, wait a minute.
Yep, it's explosions.
No, I never gotten it. Nope.
Think about the length. Okay, here, hint. Think about the length of the sounds that you're hearing. It will help you. All right, here we go. Let's keep it moving. Sound number 3. You got a little hint at the end there. A little bonus hint at the end there. Play it again.
Is it this hue part thing?
The sound at the end is a result that was inevitable.
Oh. This is a debate. This is.
Oh.
Are you sure?
Well, I know what. I thought I know what the first thing is, but now with that.
Are you
second
sure?
one,
We're gonna go for it. We're gonna. I'm locked in.
Everybody got one locked in? We locked in?
I'm locked in.
I'm not.
I need like a signal that y'all are locked in. I think that's another thing we can improve here. It's all right. It's all right. We're figuring it out. All right. What do we got? Turn it over. What do we think sound number 3 is? I see Mercy Res. Mercy Res. Res. That's 3 points across the board.
Yes.
That was hard as hell to capture, y'all. Trying to capture an isolated Mercy Res with no other sound involved is extremely difficult.
I can imagine that. I don't know how you accomplished that.
The best I could do
mean
was
beat.
the bot was still on the point. So what you're hearing at the end is I res the bot, and then the point capture starts happening.
Oh, okay.
All right. Let's moving on. Moving on. That is 3 of 7. Let's go. We got to keep this going here. We're taking a little longer.
we're skirting on
Well,
time.
they're not in lobby yet, so it's fine.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, sound number 4. Oh, I'm sorry. I interrupted that. My fault. My fault, Hippie.
What?
One more time.
I think I know what it is. See, I never hear these sounds just on their own, so this is
That's
just...
what makes it fun.
Yeah, I think I know what it is.
I'm in. I'm locked in. I'm done.
Wait. One more time. Mother. I'm probably gonna kick myself for this one.
I think this is it. I don't
Definitely
think,
kicking myself for this one.
Yeah.
I love that one. That one's cool.
That one
What do
is.
I think it is?
All right, we're flipping.
Flipping. Let's do it.
All right, flip.
3, 2, 1. We've got a Life Weaver. We've got Echo Dupe. I can't see yours, Joker. Photon Barrier. Billy gets the point. That is duplicate.
Billy knows they're duping.
That is a talk about another impossible one to get with no other sounds involved. Holy cow.
No shit. I also
That took forever to
that's why I
record.
said I was gonna cuss myself out because I also guessed Photon Barrier before I flipped it.
Yep, that is duplicate. I had to dupe a Zen to avoid footsteps.
That's actually impressive. I like that. That's smart.
All right.
Creative.
Yeah. Some of them I had to get real creative. All right, sound number 5. Let's keep it rolling. Have we thought of the theme yet? Have y'all remember? There's a theme to these.
Yeah. Okay.
And remember, you can get a point if you guess the theme. This one I intended to be tricky. This one I knew was going to be tricky.
Can we get the sound again?
Theme?
One more time.
Yeah, I knew this was going to be a tough one.
Huh? Come to realize that I don't look or listen to Overwatch.
One more.
I'll give him a hint, Hippie.
No. I think
Oh,
this
this one.
That's too easy of a hint.
It's a new ability.
Yeah, that just solidified this for Billy.
Yep.
I have-
That was too
I thought it was
easy.
one.
I wasn't going to go that blatant.
I don't know what it's called.
I don't know.
It doesn't
what it's
matter. I don't need
called
the
either.
exact name. I don't need the exact name.
I don't even know what it is. I'm a mulligan at this point. Oh my gosh.
All right, we got to keep it moving. It's time to turn them over.
I'm gonna turn him over. At least I can guess the theme.
If you can guess the
Okay.
theme. You can guess the theme
Put it
at
on-
any
put it
point.
on your
At-
board.
At any round, you can put the theme on your board, and you will get a point if you guess the theme. All right, I got theme ult. What is the theme? Female ult. Far forward jet. Far rocket jump. It is Billy. That is correct. That is her jet dash. That is her new skill. Unless that's what you meant. Is that what you meant?
No,
Honestly?
I knew.
Yes.
I knew what it was. I just didn't know the name of it. So
Okay, yeah. The Joker gets the point.
I knew
Because not her rocket boosters are separate. That's her other skill. That's her skill that she's had from day one. That's her rocket boosters. But her jet dash is the new ability she just got. That's what that was.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know what it was called, but I knew it was.
I think Billy gets the point there. I'm getting the feeling Joker didn't think about that. But that's okay. It's
Yeah,
okay.
I knew what it like. Yeah, I was going with like the original one. I wasn't going.
Nope,
with
it's
that.
her new ability that they
Yeah.
just added in her rework.
Yeah,
It has a
yeah.
very unique and specific sound.
Billy is kind of destroying. the
I get the theme?
Negative on the theme. Nobody's got the theme. Theme is
got
still
the
up
theme,
in the
okay.
air. That can still be gassed. One
Yeah.
last sound for regular round. Let's go. Oh wait, no, I have two more.
Oh, I think I know what that is.
One more time.
Short and sweet.
No, it's not that one. It's
Again? Man, this is hurting my head.
Yeah, I think I know what it is. One of two.
I'm just going with the theme again. I'm locked in.
Locked in.
Yeah.
Joker? Alright, let's turn him over.
Oop.
Theme. I just see female ability. That is not it. Summer virus negative. Javelin, no, this one is a stumper. All right. No points. That is focusing beam.
Oh.
See, no, I thought it was either Javelin Spin or Terra Surge.
That is focusing beam. All right. I believe this brings us to sound number 7.
Wait a minute.
That's easy. Right? It has to be easy.
Everybody looks a little stumped on this one.
I think I got it.
Locked in.
All right.
in.
Billy's like, nah, I got this. Joker, you locked in.
Yeah.
All right, what do we got? What do we got?
Got the theme too.
Gravitic Flux. Gravitic Flux, yes, across the board. I will give you the theme. It's flying heroes in general, but flyers, yes.
Yeah.
I will give you the point for the theme. That is
Yes.
it, is flyers. Everything is flying heroes and flying oriented. Yes. All right.
get a
One
point!
last super impossible 2-point ridiculous bonus question. This could tie it up for Joker's ransom.
What was that?
You know, I think I know it.
Oh.
I don't know, but I'm just like enjoying listening to the tune.
Wait, so
The audio
can
design
I
of this
ask
game is so
Locked in.
amazing.
Can I ask a hint? Is it a hero? Is it only hero sounds, or is it all Overwatch sounds?
It's somewhere in the middle.
In the middle. God, it's so good. I love that so much.
It's pretty unique to this hero, too.
Oh, it's,
I want to hear it
Remember
again.
the theme.
I just know.
Remember
I
the
just
theme. It's
know I'm
on
gonna
theme.
win.
It's on theme.
I've already won. I know what it is.
If Billy's got it locked, then y'all got no shot. All right, we're a little past time here. Let's turn them over. What do we got? What do we got? What do we think our bonus question is today? That is Echo Glide.
I got
Joker, what do you think?
nothing. I don't know. I thought
Sam?
it was Nimbon- I thought it
I
was
ain't got
Nimbon.
nothing either. I'm gonzo.
That is your Echo Hero select.
See, I thought it was Nimbani.
Oh, whatever.
When you choose the hero, that is the noise she
I knew it was
makes.
Echo. I knew it was
Oh, I thought
Echo
it was the-
specific.
I thought it was.
Yeah,
the
I told you
chime
it's a
of-
super ridiculous, impossible bonus question. It is titled that for a reason.
we got clocked in. Okay. All
I
right.
thought it was the chime on Nimbani.
2 weeks in a row.
The
Yeah, 2 weeks in a
tap
row.
response.
All right.
Billy is 2-week champ here
Really?
for Name That
Really?
Sound. All right, all
Here's the
right.
crown
I hope
again.
y'all enjoyed that. I had a lot of
I
fun putting
did.
it
I
together.
actually.
I
really
loved it.
liked
And
it.
Joker, that's a good guess. Also, I will say, Joker, I have a special variation on this where I'm going to do Name That Sound maps that is specifically sound from different maps in
Yeah, 'cause
Overwatch.
I thought it was.
I'm gonna fail.
Because it sounded like Numbani, like the opening attack,
Oh.
attacking spawn.
Well, be paying attention in
Close.
the next week or so. We may have that next week. Something to look forward to, friends. That is it for Name That Sound for this week. Thank y'all for playing.
I'm gonna have it all on repeat now. All of the map sounds. Okay. But like you said, Bullskunk, we're getting a little bit over time here. We need to take a look at our predictions on the desk, and we're gonna go give our thoughts really fast. But it's a Sussy Sloth spectacular. Bullskunk, I'm gonna start with you though, since you still have some belief in YE Snowfall. Why?
Dice. I roll dice for all my crits. Come on, we've established
Okay,
this.
all right.
And just to establish how I do it, I'll keep it fast. I do it per map. I roll 2 d20s per map to determine my score, and they were close. There was a 2019 round. Map 5 was a 3-2 in favor of Sussy. So that's totally it's gonna be close.
Hey, dice isn't lying, and
The dice don't lie.
Bullskunk's got
Haven't
the nice
yet.
dice. I got the nice dice. Billy, 3-1. Sussy Sloth.
Previous history. That's what I base it off of in strength of schedule so far in the second half of the season.
And Joker.
Yeah, and just strength of schedule, really.
Okay.
Just shot
This
in
is
the
such an
dark.
RNG. This is
Yeah,
so
just
RNG.
Just shot in the dark.
It's so hard to do preds in this meta. Like, that's literally rolling dice is as good as anything.
So true.
I mean, unless you were intimately familiar with hero pools of every single player and what they do, and like, it's still you wouldn't be able to make an accurate guess.
All right, now we have our
Genuinely.
caster prediction locked and loaded, which is just Dexatron right now. Well, Joker's on the desk with us. Dex is a YE Snowfall believer.
I mean, if Snowfall wins, Dex is going to be the one person hitting her gloating over the entire desk. I mean, I gotta respect it. Gotta respect it.
I respect it too. It takes a lot of bravery to want to sit there and go against the grain, but someone has to do it, and no better person than Dexatron. Now, it is the moment that we have all been waiting for. YE Snowfall versus Sussy Sloths. Our casters, Jokers, Ransom, and Dexatron are going to guide us through the insanity of this series. Casters, over to you.
Hey, what's up, everyone? I'm back again. You cannot get rid of me tonight. I am all-knowing, all-seeing, all around. I'm now here with Dexatron, and we're getting ready to go into our matchup.
Yeah, we got a great one here tonight, as you and everyone on the desk talked about it here. Two of the top teams here in this NA Console Open tier, and man, they are going to put on a hell of a show for us here tonight. And we're going to be starting it off all on Ilios this week. Joker, I mean, Ilios is just a great map in general. You do see the map pool here for at least the first 4 maps. If we do need a 5th map, that one will show up eventually. But, I mean, Ilios, Kings Row, Cervasa, I mean, you almost have the generic starting 3 maps here. Just it's Ilios instead of Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, I don't really share the same sentiments with Ilios as you do. Ilios is Ilios. I am excited, though, with Orisa and Lucio being in meta at the moment, that we could see a lot of, a lot of boop kills, our environmental kills can be coming in here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have Well and Lighthouse, 2 maps that are really known for their environmental kill potential, especially Lighthouse and Well, Lucio Haven. Then you have Ruins, which in my opinion is a completely different map compared to those other 2 ones here. Long sight lines, you can normally see a Widowmaker, maybe an Ashe come out there if the player is confident enough, but we will be starting here on Well. And you were there on the desk. You heard what the desk said about these 2 teams. Great Lucio players on both sides. Great teams on both sides here. And you guys did bring up a good fact about YE Snowfall. The fact they are 4-1, but they haven't necessarily played those other teams that are 4-1 yet. And the one they have was their only loss of the season back to Loud Gaming back in, I think, the second week of it. But I think, it's sort of like what we had with the Sea Demons against Chihuahuas back then. It was just a hand they were dealt. Now they're going up against another team. This is kind of their proving grounds here. But you see the 2 early comps here. Dive comps from each side. Sussy Sloths, though, Blitzo going with that Winston. You're going to see 6'7" grab the Ana instead. They're going to be trying to build up that Nano as fast as they can, give it to someone like Blitzo, or even potentially Jackies. And you guys talked about Jackies a lot.
Yeah, and again, our predictions, I'll be happy if we're wrong, because that means it's a good game. But right now, yeah, YU Snowfall, they might have taken our predictions to heart, and they're already starting off strong. They've got a pick already coming on from Eve on the Diva, which is interesting. We're not seeing really what we've been seeing all along, or most of what we've been seeing. Snowfall is kind of running the comp right now.
Yeah, and honestly, for Celestial Loss, you're just looking for some sort of dive onto the backline, but if they're going to be focused on Eve, there's the dive into the backline that you're kind of looking for.
Yeah, as now we see, they're still just going to be able to hold on to this. They're not really in any predicament of to really try to fight it out with Sussy Sloss until Sussy Sloss try to ingress onto the point. And we'll see as they're finally Bazito is going to try to get into the back line there, try to take some people out, and they do. They get Zombie out already, and that's a nice little play coming in, taking them down, but Bazito is going to go down because of it. And now things are still just going to go in the way of YE Snowfall. Jack is just taking out Alarm, so there's still definitely a chance, but the self-destruct coming in out of the top 9 finds some picks, but it's not going to find anyone. And Jackish going down still. These trades just keep coming back, and well, the pause is going to come out as well.
Hey, you got to pause here for a quick moment. The pulse bomb stuck on the 6'7" Spencer in a very unfortunate spot.
And yeah, there's just going to be the picks all going the way of YE Snowfall. And yeah, I think the desk and myself have tilted this team.
Hey, it's
a good way.
It is still very early on.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff can happen here, but I mean, Sussy Sloss, I think they'll take that last fight there. You did see 2 ultimates come out there from Snowfall, but they are building up to that overclock and that Kitsune Rush here. But Sussy Sloss, they have that Nano ready to go. Will it go on the Blitzito or will it go on the Jackish? Those are the 2 ones that I would think it would go on to here as you see the dive out.
Yeah, Dive going to come in and take Zombie out, but now you got to rotate. You need to get Blazito healthy, and now rotate to the point. You've got the Nano Boost available. The Kitsune Rush is going to come in, and Lucio is now gone and done. And now Blazito is just going to be running with the Tesla Cannon all nanoed up and ready to go. And, well, help the rest of Sussy Sloss finally get some capture percentage going.
Yeah, but YE Snowfall played that one perfectly there. Got it up to 99%. Sussy Sloss will take over. They did force out 2 ultimates that fight there for the Sloss. YE Snowfall, though, they did invest that Kitsune Rush into that last fight, so they're going to be down a little bit here, but Lucio will have that beat ready to go at some point in this fight. Zombie still holding on to that overclock as well, but Jackish, they're the one I'm really watching out for here. That duplicate, depending on who they duplicate here, it could really depend on how this fight goes.
Yeah, definitely could. Jackish could change this whole fight, especially if they get it onto the Diva, but the Diva's already out of mech, and Lucio's trying to find a boop onto someone, trying to get, well, probably Bazito off the side of the map with the Primal Rage. Not going to find any picks, but a lot of damage comes through and buys more time for Sussy Sloths. But now, they haven't found anything, and now Snowfall are building up to ultimates, and Jackish goes down before they can use their ability, their copy. They are going to find the trade back, but Raven goes going down, but with that overclock finding Blazito, this is the perfect opportunity for Snowfall to take this first round of Ilios, and that's pretty decisive fashion. As they're waiting it out, they're waiting for these respawns to come back, waiting to get the touch, and Boosted and Spencer are already down. Jackish is on point, an opportunity to get the copy over, and they are going to get the Tracer, not the Diva, which is you're trying to build up to these pulse bombs. You've got to stay alive though. You still got low HP, and they get the pulse bomb up. The stick is there, and Eve is going to get demech, but no, it's not going to matter in the end as YE Snowfall take round number 1.
Hey, a great start here for Snowfall, and yeah, they are definitely tilted a little bit. We were shared a match chat from them, and yeah, they're a little bit angry about that here, but I mean, they look great. Sussy Sloss, it seemed like whatever they were trying to do was not necessarily working out for them, whether it be because just how fast that the Snowfall team can play. I mean, you have Lucio, you have that Kiriko. That support line can be very mobile, get away from this dive that Sussy Sloss wants to do here. And just look at the stats from this first map right here. The one battle I'm really looking at is that tank battle right there. Blitzito did a great job on the Winston, but died 3 times. Ev only died once and was able to get a remech, which honestly was the turning point, in my opinion, for that map. That was when Blazito was using that Primal Rage. The fact that they were not able to find that Diva was such a huge thing, and you saw YE Snowfall immediately dive right back in after that. Jackish, though, on the Sombra, I like it. They want to try to shut down Ev here, or just try to find Lucio out.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting choice, and that's a nice hack coming in onto Ev to take them out, her out of the fight already. And not going to be able to get up to the high ground, but Jackish is quite low. Going to have to rotate around, and Ev is going to be able to take down Boosted. And this is, again, you need to keep that Tracer alive. That is your harasser, your backline, to get into your backline, especially with Blazito, who's trying to get those dives into to the back as well, as they are going to go into the dive, trying to get into the back, but they're just going to rotate away with the mobile comp that they're running.
Yeah, they have a mobile comp, but you want to know who doesn't? The Sussy Sloss. You immediately see Blazito here have to dive back up to keep those two supports alive, and that just allows Snowfall to build this lead.
Yeah, and now the hack did come on, and well as the virus, and now the anti-nade, but it's going to get cleansed up by Alarm. Hack comes through yet again, but Jackish is dealt with swiftly with a nice headshot coming in from Zombie. Another one comes in and bites the dust. 6'7" gone. So is Spencer and Blazito. Yeah, Whitey Snowfall are just looking dominant right now, and I think we need to see some changes.
Yeah, honestly, you need to see something here from the Sloss, because like I said, the support line for YE Snowfall here, very mobile, can get away from the dive that Blazito's going to throw out there. But you cannot do the same for Sussy Sloss, 6'7" and Spencer. They basically have to be right next to each other, attached to the hip, if they want to be able to survive a dive out from Ev or Raven here, who does have the pulse bomb and is looking to strike.
Yeah, Raven looking for this pulse bomb here. Well, they might not even need it. Jackish has already found out pulse bomb's gonna come through, and charged right into it is Spencer as well, and that is just gonna bode disaster for Sussy Sloss push yet again. They still have not built up to any ultimates in this.
Yeah, but they're going to have 3 ready to go at the start of this next fight here, but YE Snowfall going to have the same as well here. And really, if you were Sussy Sloss there in that last fight, you wanted to find ultimates out, but Boosted falling early. I mean, yeah, you're still going to come into what could be a final fight here with 3 ultimates. Spencer and Jack is, I mean, if they can get those ultimates up fast, you're going to have a little bit of a tough fight here for Snowfall.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough fight, but you got to be able to get something done. Blazito's already going to find Zombie, and getting a little over-aggressive, going to go down to the healing grenade, the anti-grenade that came in from 6'7", and the point is, well, no, you didn't take it, and you almost lost it there by getting off of that. But Sussy Sloss are able to get the overtime, or proc the overtime, take the point, and now looking for straggling kills as they're going to take Alarm down, trying to get Zombie, and they do. Blazito with the primal taking down, and a nice double jump tech getting back into the loving arms of their supports.
If you're Snowfall, though, this is the same thing that happened on first point. So Sloss had to invest a lot of ultimates into that fight just to take the point there. And they still have the EMP and the Pulse Bomb coming up here, but Snowfall, you're going to have a Pulse Bomb, that overclock, and a beat of your own here. So you're in a really good spot here to retake. If Raven can find a Pulse Bomb stick onto someone like 6'7", that gives them that opening they're really looking for.
A big thing is Jackish needs to find good value with this EMP. That's Suzu as well. But Boosted is now down and out, and Jackish is not in a good position as they're going to have to invest EMP, try to hold on to this, but it's just not going to work out for him. As Zombie is going to just pop their overclock, look for the last remaining kills. There's only Spencer left, and the overtime bar ticks away. YE Snowfall take map number 1.
And a great dominant map here, and like you said, Sussy Sloss really needed to make that change, because we brought it up a couple times, that backline support line was very, very slow to move. That Ana and the Brig, like I said, needed to be basically attached to the hip for them to really live any sort of dive. YE Snowfalls, I mean, their supports had freedom of movement all over the place. You constantly saw the Winston there for Sussy Sloss having to jump back to their team to save them, while it was Eve just being able to fly around the map, do whatever they wanted. This was a great opening here for Snowfall, but Sloss, I mean, they are a really good team. I think that they should be able to bounce back from this loss here and really have to take this first map as just a learning opportunity, because Snowfall, it seemed like they kind of shocked them here.
Yeah, and I think we're really noticing why Lucio is kind of a must pick in this meta, or whatever this meta turns out to be. It is so important to have speed boost. It is so important to have that overhealth that comes in from the sound barrier. I think we need to see that swap over to the Lucio for Sussy Sloss going into this next map.
Yeah, that play right there was a little bit unfortunate, but yeah, we need to see something, and especially, you know, I don't know if these two teams are going to be still running dive when we go into our next map of Kings Row. Will we see the brawl come out? Will we see the Orissas that we saw a lot today in NA and the EMCA a little bit? I mean, we saw a lot of different variations in compositions and tanks today. I feel like what we see at the start of Kings Row is going to be a true showing of what these two teams really want to play, but I mean, just look at the stats here. I mean, everyone outside of Zombie on Snowfall, I mean, able to stay alive in a game like this, especially on a control map, that's the most important thing, is just staying alive. And especially once you start focusing in on that tank battle, because you always want to look at that here, you start to see a big difference here, especially between Ev and Blazito here. I mean, Ev, the damage and Blazito's damage is about the same, but once you start looking at that elimination, it's a lot different.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really all I can say about that. I think we need to see a swap. We need to see a change in this composition. The Winston's not working. The team's not as coordinated as you need to be with Dive to make that happen right now. And I expect we see a swap going over, especially with us going into a brawl map like Kings Row. I expect we go maybe to Junker Queen Rush, maybe go to that Orisa comp that I was talking about on the desk, because that is just a little bit more stable and a little bit more reliable.
Yeah, absolutely. Junker Queen would be the interesting one. We haven't really seen that a lot in OWCS, but we have seen it a lot at this level in the past weeks. Junker Queen, in my opinion, still in a really good spot in the meta, but you just don't necessarily... We could see Malga as well, which would be even more interesting, because I feel like people have started to figure out how to really shut him down. But if you're one of those teams that has not necessarily figured it out yet, you're going to get rolled over here. But we do have some subs coming in here for the Sloths. So coming in for Jackish will be Alpha Kitten on the DPS line, and for Spencer will be Mazator on the support line here. Joker, what do you know about these two players who are coming in right now?
So I'm looking at this, their team sheet, and Alpha Kitten plays Genji. That's really all I know about them, and which is an interesting hero to be choosing right now. I mean, obviously at the beginning of season 9, it was really powerful. That's what we were thinking as one of the meta DPSs, right? But now it's moved over. Really, you're not really seeing the Genji as much, and then Mazator coming in on the Mercy, perhaps as well. An interesting choice. I mean, I don't know. In theory, I don't like it, but in practicality, it might be the difference that they need.
Yeah, absolutely. But just remember, whatever their hero is here is not necessarily the hero they're going to play. Alpha Kid, though, on the Genji, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they try to run the Genji with an Ana again, try to get a Nano Blade up and see how that goes here for them. But I don't think that's what we're going to see. I mean, it's Kings Row. I really expect to see mostly Orisa. And you did bring up the Malga. That is a good shout there. Yeah, they nerfed Malga, but it's not like the nerfs they gave him back in January. They slightly nerfed him to make him just a little bit more of a balanced hero. But honestly, coming out of the gate, I love this from the Sloths, honestly. Zarya is in a great spot as well. You started to see Zarya be used a little bit today in OWCS, and I love everything around this. This is exactly what the Sloths were lacking on Ilios here, was just that freedom of movement, that speed. They were playing a very slow dive comp, which is a really weird sentence to say here. But now you go over to YE Snowfall, and really the biggest difference is Ev and Alarm making the swaps here. Alarm going over to the Baptiste for the moment. I feel like we could see them come back out on the Kiri, because that's normally what has been paired up here. But then the Orisa, that has been the mainstay in OWCS, and everyone's saying, like, right now, this is the tank. But I was thinking they might be considering something there.
Yeah, and I like the Blazito going over to the Zarya. I feel like it is one of the counters of... oh, okay. Zombie's already caught on the pick on the Basin, but I was just saying, I feel like Zarya is that one of the counters to Orisa, but you've already found a pick on the boosted that is your backline harasser that's no longer there, so you can't really push in until you get some damage maybe onto the front line or someone gets a little over aggressive. You've already given up 2 ticks on this point, and things are not looking good, especially losing Alpha Kitten. Yeah, this is all but over here for the defense of point number 1. I think, yeah, I'm going to say it again. We made them mad, Desk.
I'm loving it right now. But honestly, give a huge shout out there to Zombie and Raven. Zombie finding that first opening pick that gave him a lot of advantage there, but then Raven being on this Tracer, just being able to be in the backline, cause a little bit of a distraction for some of the Sussy Sloths to focus on them instead. And now you see why Snowfall getting very, very aggressive here, and this is what you love to see. But look what the Sloths are doing here. Blazito going back to mirror the Orisa here. I think this is the right move, especially as Zarya did not work at all.
Yeah, I'm going over the Orisa again. Probably the strongest tank right now, I would have to say. The 6'7" is already out of this fight, moving over to the Baptiste as well. In the meanwhile, but Blazito's so low and Boosted's gonna get taken down. And then Zombie's just going crazy right now. I mean, it's just hard to really stop a on-fire Sojourn at the moment.
This is a team right now that is just firing on all cylinders, and the Sloths need to figure out something here fast, or this series is going to get away from them here. But the biggest thing is right now, Snowfall is only about halfway through the second point push, and they're coming up on all their ultimates beside Lucio, who's pushing the card here. I mean, they could completely negate a second point hold here from the Sloths.
That's right. Oh my, yeah. There's just no chance for a second point hold because they're fighting this at a 4v5 right now. Finally, Alpha Kitten's gonna open up a pick and they find Alarm, but it's a little too late. They're already at the second point, and there's a 5-minute 34th timer on point number 3.
Yeah, and getting that one pick on Alarm will come back to bite them there because Alarm's gonna get those second point spawns there, so it works out perfectly for them. But that pick on the Ev will force them to fall back for the first time this map.
Yeah, going back over to the Kiriko is 6'7". Hoping to make a little bit more movement, but Raven is like Batman jumping in from on high, trying to get the takedown, but not going to happen there for the moment. But still, the quick re-engage came in from YU Snowfall. They're still just not really giving up this point as the Terror Surge coming in. No pulse bomb to combo with it, but Alpha Kitten's able to take down Raven. Now this is where Sussy Sloths can come back into this and now look to keep their hold going, and it looks like they are just going to be able to stop them at the moment, just bottle them up at the opening to point 3.
Yeah, and point 3 is very defensive sided right now. Snowfall having to back up here, but they're not backing up completely. Don't want to give Sussy Sloths the space that they're desperately looking for here.
Yeah, now the Terror Surge is available. I like to see the combo. I was about to say I'd like to see the combo with the Pulse Bomb, but it's just not going to happen. Mazator is going to be taken out. Still, Terror Surge available, but Blazito very low. Going to have to retreat, back up, get the healing necessary. Now with the Sound Mirror dissipated, this is a perfect opportunity, especially if you can find a pick, but Alpha Kitten is now down. And this is just going to be YU Snowfall being able to keep pushing forward.
And they backed out smartly there. You saw them get very aggressive, and that's when YU Snowfall found that first pick. But Blazito and Mazator do have these 2 ultimates here to stall out the point for a little bit.
Yeah, as they are going to get into Alpha Kitten's just going to get deleted. Now Amp Matrix coming in. Sound Barrier is there from Azator, but it's already kind of just been blown away. It's Overclock coming in from Zombie as Boosted makes the swap over to the Cassidy here, but you can't really peek out. The Terror Surge is going to find the Immortality Field, and Lucio's very low. Going to get the healing there. Terror Surge back online for Ev, and they're going to look to clean it up and take point number 3 in a 3-minute and 20-second time bank.
And yeah, look at stats. Look at them. Like, Zombie must have heard me because I talked about them having the most deaths on their team last map because now they have 0. But this right here was a clinic on this map. I mean, YE Snowfall, especially from point 1 to point 2, those caps looked like they were unstoppable. The Sussy Sloths finally started to pick up some ground there, but you talked about there at the start of their 3rd point push, 5.5 minutes on the time bank. Yeah, getting rid of 2 minutes most times is great. but not this time.
Yeah. I mean, it gives it a little bit more of a chance to be somewhat close. I don't know. I just don't know.
What you want to see here is just something from the Sussy Sloss, because we have seen now 3 rounds on the 2 maps we've played, and YE Snowfall, outside of 1 or 2 team fights, has really looked like the more dominant team, the one that kind of is really making the Sussy Sloss struggle with this. They're making them second guess stuff. I mean, we both love the Zarya pick, and honestly, I thought that was really going to work into this Orisa. But it didn't, and it was mostly because this DPS line for Snowfall was able to find an early pick, and you saw what that did to the Sussy Sloss. It forced him to fall back past Arches, and just allowed Snowfall to bunker down on point, which is what Orisa wants to do here. But now the Sussy Sloss, I'm looking at their DPS line here. I mean, they need to be start doing what Raven and Zombie was doing, find these early picks, giving them the advantage.
Literally anything. Right? You can't have these dying first if you're boosted any longer. You need to be able to get into the backline. You need to be able to put pressure on Alarm. You need to put pressure on Lucio. That is your job as the Tracer. If you can't do that, something's just not going right for you. Alpha Kitten already gone, and I think this is just going to have to be a reset coming in from Sussy Sloss, especially when Mazator inevitably goes down. Backsmack comes in from Lucio as well. You need to find the reset here.
They're going to have to find it fast, because they're just going to keep on losing members of their team. And yeah, at this moment right now, YE Snowfall is definitely feeling themselves. They are just begging the Sloss to say, hey, shut us down once, and we'll start to play a little bit, more defensively, a little bit smarter here. But they're pushed up past the choke here. Look at Snowfall. They're about to have 3 ultimates ready to go this fight. Mazator and Lucio, that's actually the funniest ultimate battle right now. The fact that Mazator has died twice, but Lucio has been the one that find Mazator out both those times.
Yeah, and well, now we could see a change. But Alpha Kitten's so low yet again, but we need to see the Tracer get into the backline. You need to see the harass of Alarm to get them uncomfortable. They're taking on Lucio, who's a little bit more mobile, a little bit easier to get away from. But now with the Kitsune Rush coming in from 6'7", and the Out Matrix going to come through. Terra Surge is there as well. Bazito now having their own, and Eva's going to go down. It's a nice pick, and now this is the perfect chance for Sussy Sloss to come back into this boost. It's going to be able to take down Zombie, and this should be the opening that Sussy Sloss was hoping for, with Raven going down there late.
Yeah, absolutely. They just needed an opening, and they found the best one you could, getting rid of the tank of Ev there, and you just saw the dominoes fall back and forth there. Yeah, there are a couple kills traded out here, but just getting rid of that tank early for the Sloss was the key there. Now, they're in a really good spot, coming up on 4 ultimates. Snowfall only really going to have 2 here. I mean, you won't be able to do the exact same thing that Snowfall did on their attack here, but you need to at least win this fight here at the corner of the library and the pub. You just need to be able to just get some sort of early opening, as Alphakin almost falls there.
Yeah, Alpha almost falling there, and falling in the end. The Ev, as Blazito's going to get low, but finally Boost is going to get in the upper hand of the Tracer duel. Soundbearer is going to invest in an Ev, going to go down because of it, because they now can go super aggressive and look to chase these kills out. Boosted almost getting caught out there, though, by Zombie. But they're going to get that healing back and get that healing passive, as now Sussy Sloss continue pushing forward.
Yeah, but this has been the best thing I've seen so far from YE Snowfall tonight, is when they lose a fight, they know when to back out. You saw those last 3 members of that team backing out, and Lucio somehow was able to stay alive with about 25% of their health when everyone on Sussy Sloss was able to see him right here. But now, again, a couple more fights for Sussy Sloss here, and you do have the ultimates here in your advantage.
Yeah, I really want to see this Terra Surge be comboed with the Pulse Bomb, perhaps. If you can get it, you get the stick, but, well, never mind, because Boosted is, gonna find the Pulse Bomb onto Raven after going down to them, which is huge play. Now with the Sound Bearer being invested, you can invest this Terra Surge for a nice little ultimate, but not gonna be able to find anyone as Zombies pop their own overclock in response, and Lucio's gonna get in there, getting the, stealing the kills from everyone, as YE Snowfall are gonna be able to cement their claim on point number 2.
And here's the thing, Boosted getting that pulse bomb kill onto Raven is nice, but honestly, in that situation, you don't use a pulse bomb on the other tracer. You try to use it on someone like Alarm, someone like Lucio, so you force out those key abilities, the beat if Lucio had it, or that immortality field if Alarm had it here. You throwing it on the tracer is basically just kind of throwing it out there, hoping you find a kill. Yeah, you did, but you lost the fight because of it there. Now, though, you have the Kitsune Rush and your own overclock. Why so far, though, does have some good counters.
Yeah, they definitely do. The Terror Surge coming in, and Zombie's going to get caught out in the midst of that Kitsune Rush. And now, Alpha Kitten finding some shots, looking for two. Boosted's going to take down Ev. Alpha Kitten is getting kind of gang rushed by Lucio and Raven. They do find them in the end, but still, it's going to be Sussy Sloss taking the fight.
And look at Snowfall making swaps now. Alarm going to the Kiri, Ev going to this Diva now. And I do like it. And they're basically going back to what they were running on Ilios here. And the Sussy Sloss, I want to see how they react to this here, because you're definitely seeing Ev come out here to try to dive onto that backline of either 6'7" or mostly Alpha Kin. Just try to shut them down.
Yeah, it's already seeing a little bit of a retreat from Sussy Sloss here, allowing YE Snowfall to get into a nice position for this defense. Is now, yeah, they've already gotten a nice defensive positioning because of it, and they are going to invest the sound barrier here early to try to get in the rush in, and Boosted's going to be able to get there with a follow-up to Alpha Kitten's rail shots into the back line. But still, you've got to be able to stay alive. 6'7" is going to be taken down, but a nice DMAC comes through onto Ev, and it probably will be enough to take second point here for Sussy Sloss.
Yeah, and you're seeing everyone here for Snowfall just get off the map, try to get back to their team as fast as they can. Raven kind of caught out here at the moment, but Boosted will be able to find them there. But now, I mean, if you're Snowfall, you don't want them to complete the map here. You already have the time bank difference, but Sussy Sloss, they have 3 ultimates at their disposal. Snowfall won't have anything at the start, but in the mid-fight, they will have 4 ultimates ready to go here. I'm really just looking for something here from Blazito, and especially Boosted. Like I said, throw it on to one of the supports. Force them to use some abilities early.
Yeah, get it onto the Kiriko, force out Suzu. That would be the ideal situation. Then you can use that Terror Surge into the midst of everyone in there, and then hopefully find some nice damage in the midst of it all. But we'll see how it works. They're trying to force away the high ground, and they do so with a selfish shot coming in from Ev, and it's going to find Alpha Kitten somehow. That's just not what you wanted to see if you're Sussy Sloss, because now you have to invest, because there's no time left. You've got 1 minute and 15 on the board, and you're trying to just get out of that area, and you're going to just invest the Kitsune Rush to really no avail. And now YE Snowfall are building up to ultimates, and they have their ultimate advantage now. You've got to find these picks before they pop them and turn the tide quickly into their favor. Now with the overclock, now with the sound barrier, now with the Kitsune Rush. But Boosted's going to be able to find the first pick in the fight. Zombie on high, looking for these shots, looking to take people down, but no one goes quite just yet. Blazito with a Terror Surge, nothing doing there either. These ultimates that have just been invested are just not finding anything really for either of these two teams. But Alpha Kitten goes down, Pulse Bomb is there and not gonna find anyone, and finally it looks like YE Snowfall have gotten the stabilization that they were looking for.
8 ultimates used in that last engagement right there. And honestly, you see Ev, they just built up to the remake here. Honestly,
It's over.
Just get back in the mech. I would say just get back in the mech in case there's a last second touch here. But just a great hold there by Snowfall here. And it looks like they will be able to get a touch here, so they still have one more fight.
Yeah, they get the touch on there, but for how long? You've got to make a rotation, and Boosted's going to get caught out by Raven, who's made the swap over to the Widowmaker. They do pay for it with their life. Alpha Kitten is going to be able to find that shot. You need to build up to this Kitsune Rush if you're 6'7". It's a non-negotiable if you want to win this fight. And well, now losing Alpha Kitten as well. This is now looking good. You've got the Kitsune Rush. You need to be able to keep them, but where's that rush going? No! It's a not onto the point. The self-destruct is there, and Blazito's going to get taken down, and the point is going to go the way of YE Snowfall.
Yeah, and those 2 ultimates you saw come out there at the last part of that fight were basically the only 2 ultimates I really expected to see. And yeah, both teams are getting close to some other ones here, but Ev, I mean, we talked about their DPS line there at the start, or basically their entire attack and the majority of their defense there, but Ev going over to this Orisa looked great. And then going back over to the Diva looked even better, was just able to slow down the Sussy Sloss. I mean, this was a great map for Snowfall again, and you know, we were talking about there, the Sussy Sloss, they really needed to find some answer there. It seemed like they started to find it, but then once Snowfall made some swaps, Sussy Sloss just tried to stick with what they were running because it was working for them, but it just wasn't what they necessarily needed. They needed to make 1 or 2 swaps to try to deal with Ev going back over to the Diva.
Yeah, I just don't know. I think, honestly, I think that Zarya play that they were looking for earlier would be a really nice look when they go over to that, back over to the Diva. Obviously, solely because of one thing and one thing alone. Beam does not get eaten up by the Diva defense matrix.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of why you saw them playing it into that Orisa as well earlier, but it doesn't get eaten up by the Javelin Spin either. I mean, but look at the stats here. I mean, across the board, it's very differing here. Yeah, Raven died 10 times. Not going to talk about it a lot because they were playing an excellent Tracer. I mean, they were on fire, and that number of deaths...
You have to expect deaths with Tracer.
Yeah, absolutely. That death number comes with playing a Tracer, but that Widowmaker towards the end, find that opening pick was a huge thing for them here. But again, I mean, you start looking at the individual battles here, and I want to really look at Alpha Kid and Zombie here. I mean, look at the difference in these two Soldierin players here. Zombie, 32-3, compared to Alpha Kid, 16-12. And again, the damage is just off the chart.
Yeah, you got to be able to shut down Zombie. And like I was saying, when a Sojourn gets hot right now, it's hard to stop him. And right now, we're seeing a very evident case of that. We are going to be heading into a break, and this is the perfect opportunity for Sussy Sloss to figure out their game plan, to deal with Eve, deal with Zombie on these heroes, and maybe somehow start the reverse sweep right after the short break. All right, everyone, welcome back. It is time to make some swaps and make some changes of maps as well. We've got the we're going to Cervasa, and we're making some swaps for, interestingly enough, YE Snowfall here.
Yeah. I mean, we were both kind of flabbergasted when this came up during the break here. I mean, this YE Snowfall team looks dominant, and why would you be making these subs here? But I mean, heading into Flashpoint, maybe these two players that they're bringing in are the players that are specifically for Flashpoint maps. And maybe they play a certain style, play a little bit quicker. But I mean, so far tonight, YE Snowfall has played incredibly quick. And you see the two people coming in. It's ABC for Eve, who honestly has been popping off tonight, and Turtle Boy coming in for Zombie, who we were talking about Zombie in the break, that they were just insane on King's Row.
Yeah, so you know how you like the term in sports, they're putting up video game numbers. That's like, I mean, it's kind of hard to make like the same analogy because we are playing video games, but Zombie's putting up video game numbers right now for YE Snowfall, and it was just interesting to see the change come in from them, bringing Turtle Boy in, and ABC coming in as well for Eve, who was really popping off on the tank roll.
Yeah, I mean, Eve was doing great. I mean, they had an incredible Diva, an incredible Orisa, something that was causing the Sussy Sloths a lot of problems. It was causing just them a lot of problems here. But now coming into this, we really have to see what the big differences are going to be. Yeah, we see that ABC has that Malga. And we talked about seeing a Malga, but at this moment right now, do you expect it?
I mean, this is where this is where I saw it yesterday, right? Well, it wasn't this specific map, right? It was New Junk City, but this is where I saw LFO run Mauga on Flashpoint. So this is an opportunity to see it. I just don't know if this is the right time to bring it out. I mean, obviously you have a map to really work with. You can, if you really want to, you can just give it up. Ooh. Get the gator. Look at the gator. The gator swimming. He's just swimming. He's just a gatory boy.
It is Friday, so happy happy FFF to anyone who knows what that means.
Yeah.
Play the clip. But right now, look at what Snowfall is teasing us with, though. ABC on the Orisa, Turtle Boy coming out on the Genji, who we honestly thought that's what Alpha Kitten was going to be running. At the moment, okay, Sussex Lost, besides Maz on this Lifeweaver, I feel like is kind of what we're going to see here. Snowfall, I think they're going to run out with this. The Genji is going to be a very, very interesting pick into this comp here. But I feel like if it doesn't work, we might see a little bit of a swap to something else. Maz going over to the Lucio. And yeah, we're going to see the Genji come out here.
Yeah, and I mean, in theory, it can work because the Sussy Sloths are running a very bullet-heavy composition. You can get a pretty decent deflect if you are Turtle Boy here. It is just more of a case of finding the damage and then being able to capitalize on it with that dash through that we'll see from Turtle Boy if they are so inclined to get some good value with it. But already, Sussy Sloths are pushing the objective, pushing them down, and looking for these first picks already. But 6'7" is going to be the one to go down first and foremost. The trades just keep coming back and forth, but Sussy Sloths are going to be the ones to find the first capture of the flashpoint here. ABC finds another one onto Blazito, and now the duel coming in. Raven and Boosted are going to go toe-to-toe, and Boosted comes out on top.
Whew. And finally, Sussy Slaw is able to win a first fight here on one of our maps, and this is what we kind of wanted to see from them here, and it's a great response after the struggle that was King's Row for them, especially there towards the end, but no swaps from Snowfall just yet. I mean, they have 1 or 2 more fights on this here if they play fast, which is what they, I imagine, want to do, especially with this Lucio, especially with this Genji, you want to try to get into the backline and harass someone like 6'7", force them to use that swift step early.
Yeah, definitely, as now we're seeing Turtle Boy on high ground, going to be using their deflect early on, trying to take down Alpha Kitten, but it's no longer there, and they die to that rail shot to the head. But in response, Raven is going to find 2 more, and now Raven finds another one. Raven looking for a 4th, and there it goes. Can they find the ace? Do they get it? They do not. ABC, come on. What are we doing? But it was easy as 1, 2, 3 for YE Snowfall there.
Okay, but look at the swap that Sussy Slots is making. 6'7" going over to the Moira now. I like this swap. They want to try to shut down Turtle Boy on this Genji because you can't deflect just the grasp. But Turtle Boy instead going over to the Soldier in here, and Raven, you have an opportunity here to do something. You just have to stick it on to the right person.
Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky coming in, trying to get the no one. Well, maybe now they know with Lucio shots coming in and take some damage onto Raven, but it's gonna get that healing back. But now they go into the sound barrier comes in. The pulse bomb is gonna get stuck onto there, but it's not gonna be able to really do anything. Mazator is gonna be taken down. Pulse bomb's out and onto ABC, but it's only not gonna find anyone. Terracer's now in response from Blazito. Tune Rush has been invested by Alarm, but they are gonna find Boosted out. ABC's found another pick, and now Raven can find some more value as they're gonna rotate around. Raven's gonna get that health back. Look to take down 6'7", who was not able to get on to get out of that low ground. And well, what's going to happen is YE Snowfall are still able to find the victory in that fight.
Yeah, and Snowfall's in a much better spot because of it here. They're going to have the beat, and they're going to have another pulse bomb here from Raven, and Turtle Boy has this overclock coming up here soon. Sussy Sloths, they really don't have anything early. Yeah, Alpha Kid, if they land an early railgun shot, will be able to have that overclock, but I don't know if you invest that here. If you invest something from Sussy Sloths, you're hoping to invest something from Snowfall here as well.
Yeah, now the overtime bar has starting to tick, and they get the touch at the last second there, but Boosted's already down. Lucio in the kill feed. Yeah, again, just time and time again, setting things up for YE Snowfall, and all off the back of it, they come in and hold on to all those ultimates, take the fight, and take round number 1 of the Flashpoint.
Yeah, and you said it there. YE Snowfall holds on to all those ultimates, which honestly, Sussy Sloths, that was probably their main goal, which is another engagement, was to get out some ultimates. Instead, doesn't work for them. They don't use any of theirs either, so they do have the overclock and the coalescence here. But Snowfall is coming up on a full house of ultimates at the moment. And Raven has that pulse bomb ready to go again, and I imagine they're lurking in the shadows somewhere.
Yeah, Ruin back onto Ruins here with Turtle Boy. Who's going to get a little bit low. Coalescence going to be invested there by 6'7". Now with the Kitsune Rush, though, Raven again finding a stick, taking Alpha Kitten out of the fight, and Blazito quickly afterwards. They did lose Turtle Boy in the midst of it all, but again, it's like I like to say, it's a consolation prize. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things.
Absolutely not. And Maz getting fed to the Gators there. It's a great day for them at the moment. But I mean, Saucy Sloss, you're coming in with 3 ultimates. If you keep a fight up for about 10-15 seconds, Maz will have that beat. But you're also going into 3 ultimates and a beat that Snowfall has. And you're looking at 2 countering Terror Surges. Same thing with Overclocks here. It's really going to be who pops it first, just trying to find an early pick. But so far, throughout the series, Snowfall has been the one to find those early picks.
Terror Surge has come in, and Raven's already found boosted, but Blazito is going to find 2 there in the back of that Terror Surge. But again, there's 3 picks coming in for Blazito, but they've already been lost out. And Alpha Kitten, though, going to be able to find the shot on the ABC, and Mazator there as well. And Saucy Sauce are able to turn the tide back into their favor.
And talk about a perfect fight there for Saucy Sloss. You only use the Kitsune Rush in that engagement here. Snowfall, on the other hand, they used the Terror Surge, and Turtle Boy invested the overclock right there at 1 health, fighting Blazito. Yeah, they found the kill, but they also died as well, so not necessarily finding all the value they could here. They do have a beat if they want to try to play fast, but you're not necessarily walking into an easy fight.
Yeah, definitely not. A sound barrier coming in from both sides, but Saucy Sauce has an advantage with these ultimates available to them. And well, they're doing everything they can to really hold on to this, and well, they do so with all the 3 ultimates they invest into that fight.
Yeah, and I mean, why Snowfall? You use the beat. You do force out some ultimates there from Saucy Sloss. They only have the Terror Surge left now, but you're coming on the final fight territory. That Terror Surge can be used to pretty much stop it if they want to here. Raven, though, has a Pulse Bomb ready to go. You're looking for Lucio. You're looking for Alarm. Those are the only 2 you're really going for here. And it does look like Snowfall is going to try to re-engage on this one here. And again, you're just trying to force out ultimates. They don't touch.
Yeah, well, it's just another day, but hey, they can take this fight, and they can take early advantage of this next flashpoint that we will be going to. But Alpha Kitten finding Raven is not what you were hoping to see if you are YE Snowfall right now, but they're just going to back away. Now it's just kind of a mad dash to whichever flashpoint is open next, and it looks like we're going to Palace.
Yeah, and I mean, both these teams are actually in really good spots. Saucy Sloss being able to get there first will have the slight advantage, and they have a Terror Surge and a Kitsune Rush. Yeah, Snowfall does have the Kitsune Rush of their own here, but Saucy Sloss being able to get set up on point is the biggest thing for them here, and it looks like they're going to be able to cap the point here first, but Alarm actually invest early.
Alarm's gonna invest that Kitsune Rush. So is 6'7", and 6'7" is gonna go down after investing that. The Raven is quite low, but it might not matter in the long run in the grand scheme of things, because the rest of YE Snowfall have found all the picks necessary to take the point first and foremost.
Yeah, and honestly, the dueling Kitsune Rushes is something you see a lot, and ABC is definitely typing something at the moment. Okay, never mind. But yeah, you see the dueling Kitsune Rushes a lot there. Both teams really want to play very aggressive because of it, but that Tracer duel up on that high ground kind of did hurt Saucy Sloss there a little bit. Yeah, Raven did fall, but it just allowed everyone for Snowfall to find the value they needed with their own heroes. But now, Saucy Sloss, you're coming into this next fight. 3 ultimates, 4 as well, 4 about to be online here, but you have to get past ABC and their own Terror Surge first. I mean, neither of these Lucios have beats ready to go to prevent that. And honestly, if you're Saucy Sloss, you might be saving that beat to stop Turtle Boy.
Next javelin throw coming in from Blazito. Now the Pulse Bomb out. Not going to find anyone, though. Raven's going to come in to look for a Pulse Bomb of their own, and the picks just are going to go the way of Saucy Sloss, but they now have to find more. Terror Surge is there, and it's going to find 2 of their own, and now Raven can go feasting for the damage that came in off the back of it. Blazito and ABC are dueling on point, but ABC comes in with the fight win, and, well, the point win as well, as now we're down to match point.
And it seems like we're going back up to the opposite side of the map here right now. Saucy Sloss should be able to get there first. We might see a little bit of a midway engagement right here. You do see them mating at this first point right now, but it seems like Saucy Sloss just want to try to get set up on point. They only have the beat ready to go in this fight, while Snowfall has both of their support ultimates ready to go here. But ABC coming in on this Orisa has just been great so far.
Yeah, really good so far for this YE Snowfall roster. And well, they're gonna find another pick already. Soundbear gonna be invested here early on to really help them solidify this fight. And the Kitsune Rush coming in as well from Alarm to try to really take this first point, or take control of this point here.
Yeah, and I mean, they had both the support ultimates ready to go there. A smart play by them to invest them about midway through that engagement after you found that first pick allowed you just to pretty much seal the deal, cap the point here first. And now, I mean, your DPS, Raven, does have their own pulse bomb ready to go. And Sussy Sloss, they're going to have both their support ultimates ready to go in this fight. But, I mean, the biggest thing that we have seen from the Sussy Sloss, or the thing that they haven't really done good on, is just getting in the backline and harassing Alarm and Lucio. I mean, I want to see Boosted do that. I want to see Kitten Alpha Kitten get back there and try to just annoy them a little bit. As you coming up on these ultimates, there should be a fight you win here, but you can't get caught out early.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you there. Now with the Kitsune Rush coming in from 6'7", this is the perfect opportunity for Sussy Sauce to come back, but Raven finding the pulse bomb. Stick on to Boosted, not what you wanted. They are going to be able to take the point back, though, however. So there's still a chance that Sussy Sauce can keep things going for the moment. But right now, it is Sussy Sauce taking it up. Terra Surge is there. Gonna take 6'7" down, and Blazito might be very close behind. Turtle Boy gonna be able to take him out. Alpha Kitten gets a consolation prize in the grand scheme of things, but 68 and counting for YE Snowfall.
And Boosted used the pulse bomb there in a losing fight, just trying to get two there, and 6'7" gets called out as well. This is not the thing that Sussy Sloss wanted here. They might get one more touch here, but they only have the Terra Surge ready to go.
I don't think so. ABC is going to go down. No one's really even near the point. That's it. YE Snowfall take it 3-0. And yeah, that the chat said it best. That's probably might be the worst, Dusk's worst predictions ever. Yeah.
No, they have done this once before, because I was also the one who won it the one time before. But, I mean, this was an incredible series here for Snowfall. And I even had, questions and doubts about them coming into this game here, because they had played that incredibly kind of easy schedule so far. I mean, their wins had come up against teams that are on the lower part of their lower part of the standings, and their one loss came to another one of these 4-1 teams here. But this was their coming out party, especially after the midseason tournament where they got knocked down in the first round in a 3-0 sweep. I mean, they've just looked completely different ever since then. And I mean, you're seeing highlights here from Ilios and Sussy Sloss. They played good, but we talked about it. That support line was just not what they needed here. They needed to be a little bit more mobile, and the desk brought it up, and you brought it up on the desk as well. Lucio right now is almost an essential if you want to try to be a very, very competitive team, and you see what Snowfall was able to do with it. Sussy Sloss, yeah, they pulled out Lucio towards the later half of this series, but on this first map, I mean, they just needed some speed.
Yeah, yeah, it's just unfortunate. I think YE Snowfall just we're angry and decided, for rightfully so. We picked them to lose, and they took it personally. And it's literally the Michael Jordan meme. And I took that personally, right? Yeah. That's what YE Snowfall did. They took this personally and proved us wrong very, very decisively.
Yeah, decisively is certainly a word. I mean, it was almost dominant here. I mean, Sussy Sloss almost were able to complete the map, but that time bank would have killed them if it went to an overtime. And then Serve also Flashpoint. Yeah, they got the 1 point, but Snowfall just looked like they knew what they were doing that entire time, and they were able to win fights they probably should not have. Eve, I mean, we talked about how good Eve was. We talked about how good Zombie was, Raven, Alarm, Lucio. They were all just insane tonight. They put on their A game, and it definitely shows here. Sussy Sloss, though, this is still a good team. This is just, I have to imagine this was just an off week for them. Something was up, because I have seen this team in the past. I know how good of a team this Sussy Sloss team is, and I think this is a wake-up call for them, or they have to treat it as a wake-up call, because now that we're winding down in the regular season, you're going to start running into these better teams, especially once the playoffs start. Sussy Sloss were also another team that got, I believe, 3-0 swept in the first round of the midseason tournament.
Yeah, I mean, if I had an edible hat, I'd eat it right now. That's just where we're at right now. I mean, look at that. No one over Turtle Boy's the highest deaths there, and still 7 in a single Flashpoint game is not bad at all.
But look at Raven and compare Raven outkilled the entire DPS line of the Sussy Sloths. Same thing with Turtle Boy. That DPS line got more eliminations than the DPS line on Sussy Sloths combined. I mean, we talked about it there. We talked about it there a little bit. The DPS lines were really opening stuff up for Snowfall in those first 2 maps. The tank battle was great on the 3rd map, but again, we're staring at a DPS stat line because that's how incredible this DPS core was for Snowfall. I mean, look at the difference here.
And then ABC with 41 elims, right?
Oh yeah,
was all of I believe, if my math is correct, boosted Alpha and Blitzito's eliminations combined equaled ABC's eliminations in that.
Yeah. I mean, we were even kind of wondering why they bringing these 2 players in. We kind of thought, maybe they just want to get them some playing time. They're okay dropping a map, but honestly, ABC, you said it right there. 41 eliminations took over at times and made it such an Orisa diff there towards the end that it was just incredible to see.
I will shout out Beam Garden, one of our observers who actually did predict the 3-0 for YE Snowfall. So we will say that you did have support not only from Dexatron, but one of the OBS as well.
Yeah.
Look at that. Beam's predictions skyrocketing up. Beam stonks are up. But we are going to end it up. But goodbye, Dexatron. I'm going to go say hi to my other friends on the desk here. The despairing desk, as if you will, because we all got it wrong. So I'll see you right with the desk in a few short seconds.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we deserve that one.
Yeah, no.
fair.
That's fair. Yeah. Desk. All but Dex won the Dexatron Airball Award. I think we here on the desk need to issue an apology to YE Snowfall. We apologize because we were not familiar with your game.
Yeah.
I apologize for nothing. I apologize for nothing.
I apologize for that. I'm with Billy on this. I never apologize for that. I don't apologize.
That's
for
what
anything.
I'm here for. That's what I'm here for is the desk host to apologize on our behalf, okay? All right.
I mean, my
Otherwise,
dice-
we will have pitchforks.
My dice absolutely lied to me. This was neither close, nor did Sussy Sloth come out on top. There was nothing about what my dice told me came true. It's the first time they have completely failed me. So, you know what?
Here's what I'm learning, Bulls. I can't trust dice from anybody. Yours, Geo, it doesn't matter. If I see dice, I gotta run away now.
Yeah, it's almost like it's completely random because I didn't really know these names coming into this night tonight. But I'll tell you what, Sam, I know these names now. I will not forget the names of Eevee and Zombie, everybody else, your Turtle, Raven, Insomnia / Lucio. This team made an impression tonight on all of us, I'd say.
And this was the, I think, biggest thing that we were expecting. We were kind of hoping for the 3-2. We were kind of expecting it, but we were still on the end of the Whoa, see, I'm so discombobulated that the words are difficult. Sussy sloths. Slossy sloths. I'm sounding like I had a little sussy. So listen, after that prediction, I got to do whatever I can to dull the pain. All right. That has been an insane evening, though, Billy. And this was just a complete show of force from YE Snowfall. It wasn't a close game. No, it was a 3-0 affair.
So let's go back to the midseason tournament. Let's talk about their ass kicking that got them out of the tournament in a 3-0 sweep. Was dear Snowfall. So Eve was the issue there. Eve has level up. If that's where I thought the biggest problem was during the midseason tournament. They have come with their big A game now. I think we also pissed them off by all of us voting against them. I saw it in the match chat. They were full on tilt.
She was angry.
Pissed.
She was
angry. I'm EP. They're Angie. Yeah, I mean, I will eat my words from what I saw just based upon performance tonight. Holy crap. That was a performance that you need to set yourself apart from the rest of the chaff that's kind of settling in the middle. You need to rise above. And I mean, they were floating high, baby. High on the hog.
And Joker, you were the boots on the ground. You were the one who was eyewitnessing, calling all of the shots as they were coming along. I think even being a part of it in the way that you were, it's still kind of hard to believe what we just witnessed.
Yeah, no, I felt, after we saw those messages in the match chat, I felt like the disturbance in like the force,
Yeah,
I felt it in my
tightness
soul.
in the chest.
Right. And I said it. I'm like, we made them angry. They're showing us why they should have been chosen in a 3-0 fashion.
Tonight has just been wow. Yeah, it's just been a moment here for all of us. A quiet contemplation, I think, is a
learning experience, Sam. It has been a learning experience.
Learning experience
I have
indeed.
to tell you, I learned.
We were
I learned.
stunned.
Yeah. I learned about Eve's Diva. I learned about Olarb's Kiriko. I learned about Lucio's Lucio. Raven's
Zombie
Tracer.
Sojourn.
Zombie Sojourn. My goodness. Turtles
Incredible.
Genji. And an ABC on the Orisa. I learned tonight, Sam.
We had a schooling, a teaching through the most difficult of ways, in my opinion. But through this entire journey, Bull Skunk Billy and Joker, we, at the end of the evening, still need to give an MVP, a crown to be bestowed upon a head. Not an envious position, by the way, because, well, pretty much everyone from YE Snowfall was popping off in about 20 different directions here. But there is someone who exemplified the terminology of MVP that goes to none other than their namesake, the god themselves of support, Lucio, aka Insomniac. And what a player they were. I think there was one moment during King's Row where I was gobsmacked because it felt like whenever the observer switched POVs, Lucio was there, Full Skunk.
I mean, we highlighted the importance of Lucio in this meta, and this was the perfect example and display of why. Insomnia / Lucio in game was instrumental in this win. Was key in all the rotations and getting whether the Diva or the Orisa around, was disrupting Celestia Sloth the entire night. Every time Celestia Sloth had a game plan of how they wanted to approach a fight, we'd see them start with a clear win condition, and Lucio would just come in and throw the entire thing off. Would go in and get a kill on Jackish and just completely throw off the gameplay. We saw it time and time again. Point B, King's Row really stands out with that execution. It was a high ground execution. Go chase down Jackish, who was holding an overclock. It was big brained. It was that kind of stuff where, I mean, obviously, like, Zombie went 16-0 on that King's Row attack. We're saying that Lucio had more of an impact than those impressive stat numbers. That's the kind of intangibles felt like Lucio was bringing today.
Yeah, Billy, it felt almost like a tough nut to crack. That Lucio was just this X factor that consistently brought value to the team over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it, casting across all the different things that we all cast here, right? Mm-hmm. Mobility is the key. And if you're going to have more of a pedantary tank like an Orisa, even with the Diva without the boosters on cooldown, you need to be able to get those big hunks of metal around the map. And that's what the Lucio brings. It doesn't matter about the healing. The healing is kind of a secondary thing. It's the mobility that is so important. And I think that Lucio tonight, I mean, absolutely nailed it, because you saw the numbers. Complete gulf of difference between Raven, who carried the bulk of the healing, and then the intangibles, like Jeff said. That X factor that Insomniac brings, aka Lucio, I mean, absolutely exemplifies why Lucio is so important in our current state of the game.
Absolutely. And Joker, I think the big topic as well is that Lucio, a lot of what they were capable of was the fact that this team was working so well together, like an oiled machine that had been operating for centuries. But even throughout all of this, they are still at peak efficiency. And you have to have such a such a love and a trust in your team to be able to pop off in the ways that Lucio did. I mean, you have to basically rely on your other support to be and take up the bulk of that healing. They did. And so Lucio was able to shine because of this. But not only that, they enabled everyone else to shine even more because they were already shining. So it's like a feedback loop of shine.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Like you said, you need to have trust in the rest of your team if you want to be able to play like a Reddit Lucio style of Lucio, right? If you want to get into the face of the DPS, take those angles, force people away from those high grounds with boops and whatnot, you need to have confidence in the rest of your team that they're going to be able to do the job without you. And then even when they aren't going into the backline, looking to make those plays, they're together and getting those good engagements, getting everything, keeping people together. And then the sound barriers as well. I don't think we saw a bad sound barrier from Lucio either. I think it was all 5 or 4 man sound barriers throughout the entire night.
I mean, it was pretty good. I will say the Summer generation was a little bit behind, but the timing was always so impeccable. And speaking of timing, it was that decision making and the timing of when to go attack and when to go pressure into the backline and when to help the team to make those calls to rotate and speed around. We saw a lot of really clutch rotations on Suravasa, but it's not Lucio's not the Lee Jae Gon style, right? We're not seeing super hyper aggressive Lucio. It was really tactful use of that aggression and when to go in and put the pressure on those DPS.
It takes away all question marks of how YE Snowfall was able to get tonight's victory, and a victory that is going to ring throughout the rest, I think, of the standings as well. A team to keep your eye on, and a special guest star from Joker. Hey, oh my gosh.
Oh, I
They
said
are
baby.
beautiful.
Yeah, she's been meowing the entire time.
That's like my cat.
She wants to get let out of my room.
The pets of CGL. What's their name?
Sugar.
Sugar.
Oh,
She's a sweetheart.
So sweet. I love them.
Yeah.
We just replace Joker with Sugar?
What?
I mean, is that a bad idea? I mean, really? Anyways, back to the desk, back to the topic at hand, which is, well, actually, we're going to be going to a short break here because guess what, everyone? We have a double header for this evening. Yes, we are not done. We still have one more series left to go, and that is going to be Cerberus Esports versus Workers Union happening at 10:30 Eastern Time. See it in the banner below us. Don't want to miss this because, hey, our first matchup this evening, even though it ended in a 3-0, it was still entertaining Overwatch at its core. And that is going to be no different for the series upcoming when we get back from this short break.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
Got lots of love. Love. 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 Got lots of love. Love.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. 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 Memories. Memories. Memories.
Welcome back. It's a brand new season of CGL.
This is just an absolute treat. These players are so damn good.
The talent on these teams is undeniable. Everybody on every team right now is making plays.
It's going to be an exciting start to the season, and it'll just get better from here on out.
We're about to step to a whole new era of Overwatch Esports. So much exciting action is happening here on CGL that you do not want to miss.
Look who's starting it all off. It's Raven. No one necessarily figure out what is the right way to go just yet.
What a nice roll through! It's just gonna solidify everything within those.
Does come back, and Arsario gets the mech, but I don't need a mech. I'll kill 4 anyway.
This is just a highlight reel for Arsario right now.
They're making a statement in the EU Masters here.
This patch is still incredibly fresh. There's so much to learn, so much to change about the way we play the game.
NKC, but the shatter is colossal.
Let's get it going.
Trades keep coming through. Lores are gonna be able to find these shots true.
Edu on the overclock with 2.
Here comes the Nanoblade immediately goes back to fine skills, slicing and dicing their way through 2, 3, so back and forth.
We promised a second series of the evening, and by God, does CGL Friday Night Overwatch deliver. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the aforementioned Friday Night Overwatch. My name is Sam Tonks. I'm going to be your host, joined here by a relatively new desk. We have Bull Skunk, Dexatron, and Joker's Ransom. We're going to walk us through tonight's game, which is going to be Workers Union versus Cerberus Esports. This is a double header, right? Our second game of the evening, Bull Skunk, and well, one that I am very eager to get started with.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, how could you not be hyped after that video? For one, that video is amazing. It just makes me want to just pop over and over. I'm going to go play Genji and feed relentlessly. But yes, I'm actually super excited to get this. This is actually a rematch that we saw from earlier on in the season. So, you know, we got one team looking for a little revenge, another looking to, you know, establish dominance once again.
Yeah, establishing dominance is always the name of the game, right, Dexatron? These grudge matches, when they come back around, is a good time to settle a score and pay old debts, or even maybe create some new ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when the first time these two teams went, it went the distance all the way to a map 5, but it was Workers Union coming out on top there. And honestly, both these teams have had good seasons up until this point. Workers Union, though, did make the mid-season playoffs, while Cerberus Esports did not, only by 1 loss, though.
Oof, that 1 loss. That stings, Joker. That's something that comes back and haunts you in your sleep. But, you know, these are professionals, right? These are players who shrug that off and you just come back stronger for it.
Yeah, I mean, Workers Union, to their accomplishment, is also they tried to get into the Swiss stages of OWCS, and they actually placed pretty well for a Grandmasters tier team. They got top 85, which is pretty good. I mean,
that's respectable.
Better than me.
Yeah, better than me too.
I didn't even try, but so better than me too. But like, yeah, I mean that has to show how good this team is. Like, we saw amazing squads not even make the group stages for OWCS, and to be able to get top 84, which is they're ranked 84th. I said 85th, just like a rounder number, but is a very respectable place for a Grandmasters tier team.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And in fact, we can even bring up our own standings here for CGL, just to get a clearer picture of what exactly has been going on. You see Workers Union occupying a very nice second place spot here in the NA Grandmaster tier. And then you go down just a little bit further, and yeah, Cerberus Esports is just right there, right next to them. It's not that far.
Well, and you can't help but wonder if Cerberus Esports is going to have a bit of a chip on their shoulder about this. I mean, we talked about it. It was a Map 5 loss to Workers Union. That Map 5 goes the other direction. Does everything else swing the other direction? Cerberus Esports then makes mid-season tournament. They're now sitting at 4-1. They now have the better map differential. Are they bringing a bit of their chip on their shoulder into this one, Sam?
That's the question that we're hoping to answer tonight, and this is where I want to approach you, Dexatron, because, I mean, that was a whole different Overwatch, basically, that we were playing back in the good old days of just 2 months ago. This is a whole different story, whole different meta. Everything is shifting, fluxing, and who cares at this point, right? You go with what you feel is comfortable, and teams have found a lot of success just doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Comfortability is definitely something that you are seeing a lot of teams do with. I mean, we are seeing so many different comps we played at OWCS and especially at the higher tiers here in CGL that, I mean, whatever you're most comfortable with, you're normally going to be the best on, and you kind of build around that, especially at this GM tier. You don't necessarily see that often, but it can work out for a team, especially if you're trying to catch that other team by surprise, maybe like a surprise Genji pick like we did see there at the end of our last series, but that only stuck around for 1 or 2 fights.
It's those little moments, right, Joker, where you see sometimes that brilliance shining through, but you fall back on the old reliable, and that brings you to that next step, that next level. And of course, when we talk about the previous series and the predictions that we had from there, by the way, Dexatron, congratulations on being the only one correct out of all of us. Yes, we did hang our heads in shame, but you know, you did get that right. But Joker, yeah, this is a moment now where maybe the opportunity arises that you can grasp it, especially if you've been on the receiving end of a loss.
Yeah, no, definitely. I agree with you. Like you said, this is a completely different look from 2 months ago. Really, I mean, I believe it was still season 8, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Season 9 started like just before Valentine's Day, so it's right in there. Yeah.
All right. So even then, still, it was a different game because we were seeing Genji played so often. We were seeing Wrecking Ball. We were seeing a wide variety of compositions. Now, like we were saying, I mean, we saw it on the last stream. It was a lot of really similar comps. It was Sojourn Tracer, Kiriko, Lucio, and then the tank swapped up a little bit, but that Orisa still kind of a mainstay right now as well. But with those changes, I'm excited to see how they decide or how these two teams attack this new look of the meta.
Well, and just to elaborate on that a little bit, I feel like, you know, ideally both teams are going to come into this with a plan. Obviously, every team, doesn't matter what play, you know, what level of play we're talking about here, team's going to have a strategy, if whether it be comfort picks of what you've always fallen back on, or you've been practicing something new in the meta. It's what happens after that plan doesn't work. That is where you start to figure out what kind of depth we have here. Because two teams can fall in their comfort picks. Somebody's plan isn't working. We saw in the last series, it was a Winston that wasn't really quite working out a little bit, and you know, that team didn't swap as quickly as you know we probably would have liked to have seen from our side. But no, so maybe that means they didn't feel as comfortable on what would be a counter to the diva that we were seeing from the opposition. So what I'm looking at is not necessarily what our teams walk out of the gate with on control. It's what do they do when that fails.
They had to be able to bend in order to not break, and that's
have the versatility to counter.
Yeah.
Right. The breadth once again comes back into discussion, right? And we've been getting a lot of the heroes of Overwatch on display tonight, and hopefully we get to continue to see more of that. Now we go into starting off on our lineups with none other than the good old Cerberus themselves, the esports lineup that we have going on here with Sino, Shippy, Alizan, Trick, and Midnightmare. But you know, Cerberus Esports, they're occupying the 3rd place spot in our standings, Bullskunk. A good opportunity here for them to show what they're made of and some of the lessons that they've learned, especially with how deep into the season we've been getting.
I mean, it's the opportunity. It's their perfect chance to really step up in the standings, punch up a little bit, and show the rest of the league exactly what they're made of, and they are a contender to be watching out for here in the back half of the season. This is their opportunity right here and now tonight.
And not only that, Dexatron, it's live, it's happening, and it's all in front of our faces.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're put on a different kind of pedestal, a different kind of like feeling when you're playing on a live stream like this right now. But I mean, they're coming off a great 3-0 sweep last week, and they're definitely looking to keep that momentum up here. And hey, it's a revenge match for them.
Oof.
Well, I also will say, I think a lot of us know the tank player for Cerberus as Elysian. Did a lot of work for Elo Health back in the day and get good quite recently.
Yeah.
All right.
Pretty cool to see.
Hey, so very, very cool. Elysian. Shout out to you, my friend. And now we look at the lineup for Workers Union. Pulling that up here, we have Coach, Sweetear, Alzors, Milk, and Phoenix. Again, though, Workers Union, Joker, they are in second place from our standings. And they're looking to keep Cerberus Esports at that third through any means necessary.
Well, I look at the name Coach here, and obviously myself and Bullskunk know the name Coach very well. This is not that Coach, but it is a name to live up to in CGL. And so, I mean, hopefully they do very well. It looks like they are EU as well. They're Norwegian. So it might be something to look at. A lot of these players actually are.
I was gonna say, this is one of the most diverse rosters I think I've ever seen, Joker.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
An Ethiopian player, and 2 people from India, and a person from Hungary. It's just crazy. That's probably one of the most diverse rosters I've.
I mean, let's just go ahead and name out. Yeah, Coach is Norwegian. Alzors is Hungarian. Suadir is Indian. Who the tracer player there? Then we got Phoenix is the only American-born on the roster. The Kiriko. Milk, Ethiopian. They're playing the Yari. I mean, this is awesome. And then they got Narnar Binks on the bench. Another DPS player if they need what looks to be a Genji player. Also from India. So love to see it. Love to see the diversity.
Yeah, we're getting the full breadth of nationalities here on the NA side of things for the NA Friday Night Overwatch. Typically, you see that a lot out of the EU, but when we step over here to the good old North America, don't typically get to see that very often. So a nice little tidbit that we managed to get out of that, in my opinion, and something that I think when it adds spice and it adds flavor to a team, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
Shades of ISU's collegiate roster now.
Exactly. And it expands your mind, different ways of thinking, especially with how different regions play, and could make your team better for that, and probably a reason why we see a lot of success out of Workers Union. So,
can I just add a little tidbit on that? It's important just for worldwide representation from Overwatch and getting everybody involved. And we're starting to see why World Cup is so important. I mean, the more players from outside of regions that we see every day, namely, I mean, NA, EU, Korea, the more we see in teams like, countries like India and Ethiopia and Hungary get involved. I mean, it's just the more Overwatch will grow. And I mean, it's very important. The more experience they have competing, the better it is for everybody.
Yeah.
Whoever soccer, Overwatch is the world's game.
Yeah. I mean,
soccer?
Yeah. Football. Buddy.
Thank you.
Football.
Yeah, let's get that right.
Yeah, like you're saying, I mean, just to go on what you, the Swiss Overwatch is throwing a LAN for themselves, and that's a huge thing as well. I mean,
absolutely.
Just to piggyback on that idea of getting more regions that aren't normally thinking. You were saying EMEA, but Swiss is probably one of the, another not really a. When you think of EMEA, you're not really thinking of that region specific or like that country specifically. You're thinking like UK, you're thinking France, you're thinking Spain, you're thinking like those nations. Then you're thinking Saudi Arabia as well. If you're thinking EMEA as a whole.
Yeah, maybe Sweden, but not Switzerland.
Yeah.
Indeed so. I personally, for myself, am a big fan of what we're getting. And of course, what Overwatch is all about, the diversity, the inclusivity is very, very important. And you just love to see that being represented in a roster, and you just love to see that being represented right here in CGL Friday Night Overwatch.
Damn right.
This is the time now, though, for the desk to do a little something called predictions. Now, previous series, we were on fire, right? Everything was in flames. It was all burst up, all gone.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
We managed to survive. We have rebuilt the remnants coming out of that.
It was fun to watch. It was fun to watch.
I'm sure
that's
it
all
was,
matters.
Dexatron.
That's all matters.
You're keeping yourself nice and toasty over there, buddy. You're making some s'mores and you're having a good old time watching us all perish in the flames. But this time around, though, the desk predictions are a little bit more varied, a little bit less one-sided. And so here, across the board, pretty much actually split halfway. So, Skunk, I'm going to start off with you since you and I are both Cerberus Esports believers.
No, wait, Sam. You said Cerberus Union, so we can't take your... We can't say that you're split down the way in your own...
I'm playing both sides. All right, Joker. So
yeah, I feel like if we could have half a logo, that Sam would have a half of each logo on his screen right now. This is the kind of dedication and commitment we get from our host on this desk.
I do not want anyone feeling left out, Bull Skunk, okay? I want to represent everyone as best as I possibly can.
Somehow we would have the first tie in CGL history. Everyone all lose.
That would be like, hey, you know what? I'm just, at that point, I'm just going to become Sanstradamus. I'm going to upgrade myself. So, Bull Skunk, you know, you and me, buddy.
Yeah.
Here.
High-level analysis here. Yeah, Cerberus Assembly got the Obsidian dice this time around. Obsidian dice were rolling good today. It failed me last series, but you know what? The dice can't fail every time. It's the only time the dice have failed me here on Friday Night Overwatch. So I'm confident that they've shrugged off whatever bad juju was going on, and my dice are accurate here for our second match of the evening.
All right, Bull Skunk, you're giving us a second showing of the dice. I'm gonna trust it this time around, you know, since we're both for Cerberus.
Honestly, okay. If we want to get back into some, past the shtick, I do think that a team coming in with like a chip on their shoulder has something when they are this even.
Right,
we're talking about a Game 5 series before. I think a team that has something to prove will come in a little hungry, and that alone can give you that fire in the heart. So there is a little bit of instinct, honestly, genuinely, underneath the shtick of the dice roll.
Absolutely. Hey, you know what? Whatever, I would say helps us get through this, but I still have faith.
Sometimes you just got to go with your gut, man.
You really do. Dextron, I'm going to ignore you since you were right. Joker's Ransom. All right, buddy. You are 3-1 here in favor of Workers Union. Now, you have a lot of proof for the reasoning as to why you have that, so I want that proof.
Yeah, no, so their favorite meta, interestingly enough, is Mauga meta. Obviously, it's not what we're seeing any longer, but we're seeing remnants of said Mauga meta kind of translate into what we're seeing now somewhat in the high levels of Overwatch inserting the Orisa into it instead. And I like that. I just like that look. I like the look from the teams that I've been able to see play around that Orisa, and if Lizor from Workers Union can play that Orisa well and get those engagements, and the team just in general can stay together, which I think they can with their 84th rank in OWCS. I think it's a really good look for them here.
All good points, actually. Okay, I can get behind that. Now, Dexatron, give us your explanations, my friend. You are not the Dexatron whiffer. You are actually the Dexatron corrector. Walk us through this.
So Workers Union, I've been able to cast this team, I believe, once or twice, and they have been a pretty consistently good team. And honestly, I think Suadir, we didn't really talk about them a lot when we were going over their roster, but Suadir is such a consistent player that can turn fights. I think they are going to be someone that we have to watch out here tonight. But we talked about the midseason tournament where, only the top 4 teams made it. They did go up against the eventual champions in University of Toronto, OW Academy Blues, but they were also the first team to actually take a map off of that team the entire season. Yeah, they did go on into a map 5 in the grand finals, but they were the first ones to draw blood. I think this Workers Union team definitely does have a chip on their shoulder because they want to have that rematch with that Academy Blues team, and they want to make sure it comes in that grand finals and not earlier. And the only way to do that is by them having to keep winning.
It's really the name of the game, right? Just keep winning. It's so easy, Forehead. Just win. One of our teams is going to have to win here, and someone on the desk is also going to be winning these predictions. Now, for our casters, we need to get their predictions in. Of course, none other than the amazing In the Fletch and Shadowfang. And just as split as we are on the desk, our casters are also believing that one of these two teams going to be walking away with the win. No one in favor of anybody. So it is split right down the middle. All of us. 3 for one team, 3 for the other. Cerberus Esports versus Workers Union. Nobody can get the clear picture on who's going to get that victory just yet.
Nobody can get angry at the desk.
I don't care. Get angry at the desk. Come on, bring it on. Get angry at the desk.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, there it is. There it is. Hit me. I like it. I like it. I would also like to point out that there's no 3-0 preds going on here. Yours don't count, Sam. There's no clear cut 3-0 for reasons mentioned before. But
honestly, I couldn't decide between 3-1 or 3-2. I had the coin flip, so and it was heads, so it went 3-1.
I will also. I feel like the Worker Union almost got your pred changed just by having Malga listed as their favorite meta. I think Joker almost changed his pred just on that one line alone.
Oh yeah, I almost just out of pure respect to myself, I almost had to pick
self-respecting Joker's ransom.
I can't support Malga. It's just
you
like
killed
Malga.
Bull Skunk Joker.
Yo.
He's dead. All right, he's come back from the dead. He's back alive with us.
All right.
He's
a close
okay.
one. It was a close
call. It was right there. We were on the edge. Thankfully, we were able to pull you back. We need you, Bull Skunk. We need you.
Because I'm too close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head.
We're getting some free tunes here too. We got
it's karaoke night here on Friday night.
We got karaoke.
You don't want to hear me sing.
It was happy, right? Remember that movie?
Yes, good movie.
Hey, you know what? We're about to get peak cinema very shortly here. We're gonna throw it over to our casters to give us this Workers Union versus Cerberus Esports, the aforementioned In the Fletch and Shadow Fang. Over to you.
Noticed.
All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Friday Night Overwatch, our second game of the night, third game of the day. The NA doubleheader continues here with Cerberus Esports versus Workers Union. I am joined tonight by Shadow Fang. Are you ready to get going with this match, Shadow?
Yeah, I really am ready to see exactly what these two teams have in store for us tonight. They're both pretty similar in the standings, as we saw, I believe, second and third place. So, you know, Cerberus probably trying to get one over on Workers Union and get that second place spot here in the tier, trying to work their way up towards number one.
Yeah, I mean, these teams are really, really like that. They're so tightly packed together. They're near the top of the standings here in the GM tier that this, you know, a win here could, you know, solidify some positioning later on, especially with the head-to-head.
Yeah, absolutely. You always want to take the head-to-head, especially when you're going against someone so close to you in the standings. But we do have our map pool up and running for us, and first map tonight is going to be Ilios. And then, of course, we have Kings Row, Saravasa, Colosseo, and Watchpoint Gibraltar if we happen to make it to a map 5. I'm really a big fan of Ilios. It feels like the map where you can have the most variety and sort of like a skill expression map to map. I do expect a lot of Tracer Echo, though.
Yeah, I feel like the DPS is pretty flexible, but I feel like what isn't is the tank right now. It kind of feels like Orisa has firmly taken the lead for me in the best tank category. I think that there's some viability with some other tanks, but the survivability that Orisa provides is so ridiculous compared to some other tanks. When in this meta, it's really, really important for the tank to just stay alive and provide frontline pressure because they're not dealing a lot of damage, getting a lot of kills. That's just how it is to be a tank player right now. And Orisa, she does that perfectly. Yes. She stays alive and she bothers everybody on the other team. So, I mean, she's just my clear-cut pick that I think we're going to see for most of the night.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing we see anything besides Orisa unless one of the teams just decides to go into a full-on just dive composition, which you could potentially do. You kind of just have to ignore the Orisa and deal with the backliners first. If you can manage to do that, though, the Orisa will eventually crumble.
Yeah, and especially going into map number 5, which is Watch Point Gibraltar. Should we be able to get there, I feel like a dive could work pretty well there. But I feel like on the first 3 maps that we're guaranteed to go to, and even Colosseo, to a degree, the brawl compositions are going to be the front runners. And like I said, Orisa is spearheading those rush brawl compositions, and I kind of expect to see, if not 100%, 98% Orisa.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe if a team feels like they're getting, ran over a little bit too hard, they might try and go for the counter swap watch and play like Zarya or something along those lines. But I imagine we'll just see a big mirror for most of the night.
Yeah, so when we're still getting some players in the lobby right now, unfortunately, having a little bit of trouble with the communication. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will hop right into map number 1, Ilios, and we'll see which team is going to take the early lead, so stick around.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love.
All right, welcome back, everybody, and we've got a solution here. It's going to be Bananas coming into the lineup for Cerberus Esports. We'll get a quick look at the new lineup, but it is going to be an interesting change of pace here because I don't think that they were really intending on Bananas playing tonight. So that's something to watch out for if you're rooting for Cerberus Esports. I do think that that'll be, something that Workers Union can exploit.
Yeah, and Bananas is considered a flex player, so they can play any of the roles, but I would imagine, like you said, they weren't prepared for Bananas to have to play today. So we'll see, though. With Bananas being a manager, I imagine they're going to generally have good synergies with the other players and just kind of know what they're going to do based on just being around all the time.
Yeah, and, you know, we got a team sheet from Cerberus Esports. Bananas is the head coach, assistant coach, manager, and assistant manager. So they get around for Cerberus. So as we come in here, it's going to be Ruins for map number 1. Cerberus Esports versus Workers Union. We'll get to see what these teams are going to be running here. And it'll be something.
Looks like Cerberus is opting for the old style, what is it, Dallas Fuel comp? the Monkey Rush.
Zombie comp.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. Now, who's going to take this, Bananas or Coach? Because clearly they're both coaches, right? That's got to be what's going on here.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I don't imagine Workers Union, surely they don't stay on this composition, right?
I hope they do.
Surely they don't. Okay. They're going to play the Roadhog, though. Coach and Phoenix switch. I guess Phoenix switch for the speed boost, but it will be the Roadhog for Workers Union as Ruins begins. Suadir on the Tracer, already putting those pulse pistols to good use, getting that DPS passive going. You see Alzors over here. What a strange hook that was from Alzors, but with that breather gone, they pushed out Alzors there. Sinox trying to put the shotguns to use and not finding a whole lot of damage because they're not in the faces of anyone, where Reaper's really, really strong. Hack comes through, or maybe not quite. Chunk down is the rest of Workers Union. The flip comes through for Cerberus, and the fight is over.
Oh, Alzors thought they got a good hook there on the Reaper player, and just boom. Oh, look at Sino just out here shooting these shotguns, walking forward on this Reaper. The closest one to ult in the lobby, tied with Suadir the Tracer. That's insanely fast ult charge for Reaper, honestly. And it's probably got a lot to do with Alzors on this Roadhog. That's an ult battery.
Always been an ult battery, but it's very, very much so in the face of a Reaper. Hook goes wide left on Coach with that Mercy Pocket. Now Suadir putting some pressure on the point. Midnight was so low, but they're able to get away and use the Coalescence here. As it fades away, they're doing a good job at keeping the team up while balancing that damage. Synox has to use the Wraith to get out, but Alzors cannot do just that. They're going to, it's going to be another fight win for Cerberus.
Yeah, I don't want to understate that bubble by Alezen as well, because that was that really just allowed your Reaper to come out of Wraith faster and just get their health back up by shooting this Roadhog of Alzors. A lot of ults on the board for both sides. I expect to see this Death Blossom come out pretty early here, just as soon as Hook comes out, and Suzu.
Here we go, Alezen looking for a dive target. Suadir 3 HP, and Sinox able to drop the Tracer before the recall comes through. Sinox TPing not exactly where they wanted to go, but they've already pushed Workers Union back once again.
Yeah, I mean, the TP did what you wanted it to do, and now you have EMP Death Blossom, so you can just kind of yeet this into the Workers Union if you really want to.
Here's the EMP. The whole hog is able to take down Alezen, but the EMP is so big. Two are dead for the side of Workers Union, and Sinox is able to get the Death Blossom to take down Coach out of the sky. Phoenix being pressured so much, the last one alive for Workers Union. Not going to do much there. That will be Ruins going towards Cerberus Esports.
And I mean, yeah, Cerberus Esports knows what they want to do with this composition. They are being aggressive where they want to be and pulling back when they need to. It's just like this right here. Just look at all these shots coming out from Synox. Just, oh my goodness. This Reaper was just putting in absolute work all around.
What a big EMP there by Shippy to clean up that round. It's going to be interesting to see if Workers Union is going to be able to respond here. I mean, you see Sinox 10-0, doubling the damage of everybody on their team. It's going to be Jotes for Cerberus here with Midnight still on the Moira. So they're going to try and run a blister pace here.
This is going to be a lot more difficult for Cerberus to pull off just because of the Orisa being the tank for the side of Workers Union. You got Orisa, Double Flyer, Bap Lucio. This is one of the comps I've ever seen.
Oh, but I mean, Synox just gets aggressive and is able to take down Suadir. Coach now trying to put these rockets to good use and is able to find a second pick. Phoenix does get traded out, unfortunately, but this health balls are just so low for Cerberus Esports. It will go to Workers Union here.
Yeah, and again, like I was saying previously, Cerberus doesn't really have a target to run at with this Junker Queen, so I think they're just going to have a hard time pulling this comp off. If Alezen manages to hit a knife on either Coach or Suadir, I'm gonna just lose it. I would not believe that, but that's the only way I can really see this comp getting values. You got to pull somebody in with that knife, otherwise, who are you gonna get?
All right, here we go. One more run at it for Cerberus Esports here. 21% for Workers Union. They don't really have much except the Terra Surge in the way of ults right now. That knife gets blocked by Alzor's Spear Spin. Bananas just trying to do their due diligence, keeping the team up, speeding them in. Alzor's so low, the Immortality Field has to be used. You can see Bananas wants this boob so badly, and you know they're gonna get it, and it's gonna lead it to Midnight being able to take down Alzor's with the Coalescence. The fight is going to go over to Cerberus.
And yeah, I mean, just great poking from the side of Cerberus. They were eventually able to just poke out the Orisa, which is a really hard thing to do, quite honestly. So impressive work, and you managed to get the window out of Milk too. But you got both DPS ultimates for Workers Union coming in, and Cerberus doesn't have anything to deal with that. Other than that,
I mean, Synox was just chilling, and both DPS dead to Synox's shurikens. The knife goes in as Synox continues to go to work here, a third for the Genji.
and yeah, I mean, we saw Synox do it on the Reaper and now on the Genji as well. And because of that, you now manage to build up 4 ults of your own because Synox is able to take both DPS out before the fight even really starts. So this is going to be just a huge ult exchange, and it's going to be hard to say which way this one's going to go. Oh my goodness. You got to watch out for Coach here, though, with this barrage.
All right, Synox under a little bit of pressure by Suadir and gonna get chased down, and they're gonna be able to get the duplicate out. Synox did get the mini, but Suadir able to clean it up in the Genji duel. Rampage comes out from Alazan. It hits 3 of Workers Union, and that damage is just going to be too much to overcome for Workers Union.
Yeah, and I mean, you're happy with that if you're the side of Cerberus. You only had to spend 3 ults, and looks like Alzor's is going back over to this Roadhog. Shippy's going to build up a lot of charge off of this. Alezen has a much easier target now than the Orisa with this knife pull. This is going to be really difficult to pull off.
So Coach still has the barrage for Workers Union. Phoenix has a sound barrier, so it's 2 ults on each side. And they're trying to jump on Alzor's, who's alone. Coach under so much pressure from Synox and doesn't get the beat. The sound barrier does not hit the Pharah, and the Dragon Blade is unsheathed. Milk is in 2 pieces in the back line, and this map is going to go to Cerberus Esports.
Oh, yep, there it goes. Coach does finally get that barrage off, but a little bit too late there. And I mean, what can we say? Just really, really dominant play from the side of Cerberus. Synox was doing such a good job of just pressuring out Coach on that Pharah on map number 2 there. They just could not, they could not ever find Synox before they were already almost dead. And I mean, Alzor's with the great Orisa play as well. Yeah, you love to see it.
Yeah, well, I mean, wow. Synox, like, yeah, it's just, that was a hard carry from Synox, especially on Ruins, but even going in to Well, I mean, the stats were just so heavily favored toward the DPS player there. Everything they did was the right call. 10-0 at the end of the first round, and let's see, what is it? You finished with 12-3? You finished 12-3 on the map. So, I mean, right now, Synox is the front runner for MVP of this match for me, and I'm sure a lot of people can agree with me. This DPS player is someone you've got to watch out for. Like, how do you do that? How do you just take down both DPS before they even know you're there.
Yeah, and so the next time someone does that in your ranked game, you know what I'm saying, just believe them when they tell you that Genji's the play into double flyer, because it clearly is.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to get a look at the stats here. Okay, so not 12-3, but 22-3. My idiot self was looking at the wrong number, I guess. But, I mean, yeah, 22-3 for Synox, 6k damage. It's actually kind of crazy when you look at the stats on the other side. You know, Alzor's and Coach output a lot of damage, more than Synox or Shippy or Alizon did. And, I mean, they just couldn't keep up because they were dealing damage, but they couldn't survive.
Well, yeah, but I mean, look at Midnight Mare there. Unsung hero because, you know, you do have to play the Moira in this particular meta, but the Moira outputting 11,000 healing in that round is not to be understated at all. Coalescence was up almost every single fight, at least it felt like, and while it's not like a hugely impactful ult, it is going to help you, like, get kills where you might not have otherwise, just because of that little extra tick damage that's going to allow you to get through the entire team.
Yeah, and we're going to get a quick look at a comparison between Banana and Phoenix. Bananas didn't really have to worry about coming in off the bench. I mean, they only died, what, one time as opposed to Phoenix's 4? I mean, incredible play by the bench player. You know, you never like to have your bench player come in when you're expecting the person that you scrimmed with, right? It's someone that you've practiced with a lot, and, you know, all of the stuff that Bananas does, it's not playing the game, right? That's not their prerogative here with Cerberus Esports. So coming in and doing that well and doing that much, I mean, it's just a boon for Cerberus.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, especially when you get to play with your coach, you're going to get to hype them up, you know what I mean? Because it's like, oh, coach is coming in. All right, let's go. Let's see what you can do, coach. You know, that type of energy. So it adds a little bit more of a fun factor, which is always a positive in settings like this. Really helps, like, keep the mood more upbeat for everybody, which you really want to do in a team environment.
Yeah, I cannot agree more. But we do know where we're going for map number 2. It's going to be the rush capital of the world, Kings Row. And I mean, we saw a couple of things that they could run out with there on Ilios. We saw the Orisa and we saw the Junker Queen. I'm curious if we see the same. I mean, you could even, I guess, technically play a Winston. There's a little bit of high ground here and there, and I've seen Winston be forced and worked. I don't really expect that coming in from either of these teams. I think it's a possibility, but I do think if we're going to see something, it's going to be a Junker Queen comp or an Orisa comp.
I'm expecting exactly what we saw on Ilios Will, the Queen versus the Orisa. Maybe not the double flyer this time, but we'll have to see. It seems like Coach really does favor that far up pick. We'll see if they continue to pick that.
All right, well, here we go. Our compositions are going to be Cerberus Esports coming out of the Defender spawn on a very, very traditional Reinhardt rush. So that is something to watch out for. You don't get to see the funny hammer square guy very much these days. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Alizon can do on the Reinhardt, and on the other side, Alzor's on the Orisa.
I want to point out, too, Bananas is on the flex support this time with Midnight Mare hopping onto the Lucio. So a little change up there. Also with Synox hopping onto this May pick, I want to see if they're going to hit a lot of headshots on those icicles just based on what we've seen so far from their other picks.
All right, here we go. I think in order to do this composition justice, it's going to be up to Synox to get some really, really strong walls going. So here we go. First fight on King's Row. Midnight Mirror pinned to the wall by Alzor's from across the map. And Alzon, a good wall there by Suadir to try and cut off Alazon, but a great kite there and jumping over the wall to keep the Reinhardt alive. As Shippy is going to open this map up with a headshot onto Alzor's. You know, this fight, they've already bullied over Workers Union.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the Orisa be the first one to go down is kind of crazy, just with the insane sustain you typically see Orisa have. but there must just be an absurd amount of damage coming out because Synox is 80 to Blizzard, and that is honestly kind of insane. I'm not going to lie.
All right. Coach switches over to the Bastion to try and get rid of the Reinhardt. We'll see if that strategy is going to have any merit as we get into our next fight. Milk just trying to keep this team alive as the form comes out from Coach. They mow down the wall as a team. Pretty good job there, but it's going to be Synox that drops the Blizzard first. And I mean, they've already eviscerated Workers Union here.
Yeah, I mean, like I was just saying, there's no way you expect Blizzard to be up already. That is so fast. Suadir's only 75% to Blizzard after that engage. They were only like 44% after the first fight. That is an insanely fast Blizzard build. And as a result, oh, we're seeing Maga. Maga has come out. So we're going to see a whole lot of just, you know, whatever Maga does right now. So this ought to be interesting.
All right, Alzor is taking the high ground. Gifted to them by Synox there. They're going to walk through the hotel into the backline. Ant Matrix comes out from Milk, and Coach throws a football through the window and explodes Midnight Mare. And from the high ground, Shippy through the Ant Matrix is going to have their own overclock. They're only going to be able to find the Immortality Field, and they're so low they have to get out alive, and they will for now. But Workers Union, they're going to take this first point.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a really smart comp swap from the side of Workers Union. They've just decided they're going to do as much damage as humanly possible and make Alezen unable to play the game on Reinhardt. That just seems to be the strat. It's what happens to me every time I play Reinhardt as well, so I feel for you, but that's just the reality of playing the hero.
All right, Alazan very, very close to Earth Shatter here. So we could watch out for that moving forward. A Blizzard from Suadir can also be devastating. So we'll see what these teams are going to do as they inch around this corner. The Coach takes a lot of damage, and the Shatter only hits Coach. They're going to be able to drop the Bastion as the sound barrier in response to the Blizzard, but there's just so much damage. And by the way, Synox has another Blizzard ready to go. Alzors will not get out scot-free there, and it's 2 for 2 in this fight, but Workers Union are just going to back up here.
Yeah, I mean, insane that Synox has now used 2 Blizzards to Suadir's 1. That is just crazy in and of itself. Great fight flip, but they're going to have to give up a lot of this cart position just simply due to not having their tank available. Bananas there are going to be dueling windows up though, but there's a potential Bastion ult and cage fight combination to be had here, which would also be kind of fun to see, I'm not going to lie.
All right, here we go, Ant Matrix from Bananas ready to go. I guess that Fire Strike was a little bit early. Ant Matrix will be coming out here eventually, I assume. But Alazan, for the time being, is going to put out those Fire Strikes and a great wall there. Answered by the cage fight of Alzor's Coach. Going to drop this airstrike down, and the damage is going to be good. The cage fight is going to be good, and Workers Union are going to take this fight and maybe the point.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be able to take point off of that. Synox is also just 80% to another Blizzard. I need like a player cam for Synox at this point. How do you have another Blizzard already? This is insane.
All right, here we go. The cap is going to come through as Workers Union get aggressive here to try and dissuade any more touches as Alazan goes over to the Malga. Well, they've already lost one, so this fight is going to be rough. Immortality Field in the face of Alazan trying to burn it down Alzors. But yeah, it's just not going to be anything.
Yeah, I mean, there's just too much damage coming out right there for you to really be able to sustain through. The big thing that's coming up here is that even though Cerberus Esports does have both of their DPS ults in Blizzard and Overclock, Workers Union Phoenix here is going to have this sound barrier. So it's going to be really on Phoenix this fight, I think, whether Workers Union is going to be able to cap here quickly or have to reset again.
All right, here we go. Getting that little amp there to try and keep the team up as Coach dropped down into the form. We're going to see Shippy use the overclock here. See if they can take down Alzor so low. Oh, barely able to get into the Immortality Field. Grabs the Mega Health Pack. Blizzard going to be dropped by Suadir. Responded to by Midnight Mare. There's just a war going on in this Mega Room as the Blizzard from Synox is colossal. 4 turned to a brick as, I mean, this fight is so far from over as it's 2 for 2 here for both of these teams. The wall comes through, but I think that Workers Union they're going to keep going. They don't want to give this up yet. They're not willing to give this up. Alzor's trying to put the burn on somebody as both cage fights are invested here. Alzor's will be on the losing end of the cage fight, though, and it will be Cerberus that's able to stabilize here.
Oh my goodness, Cerberus does just manage to take that with the, what did they use, cage fight and window there at the very end. I think that window ended up being just a little bit of difference that they needed to take that fight. Don't look now, but Synox is already 70 to another Blizzard, so we could be seeing that coming up soon. Milk also has their window up as well for the side of Workers Union.
Okay, here we go. We're going to see the Amp Matrix come out early from Milk here. And we're going to see Cardiac Overdrive right out the window from both teams. But it's going to be Workers Union that take the early and quick lead in this fight. 3 dead for Cerberus.
Yeah, I mean, really strong play there from the side of Workers Union. Cerberus does have ults here, but are they going to be able to touch? Does not look like it.
Yeah, it was a great job by Workers Union to get in there and get those kills fast. And, you know, Cerberus, they just had no shot. They had to back up if they wanted a shot there. And, you know, it was just not given to them by Workers Union.
Yeah, the cart was just in an unfortunate location. If you're Cerberus, it was just far enough that it was in one fight territory. So that's just kind of the reality of Kings Row. Kings Row is one of those maps where you could end up going like 7 to 8 type of maps. So we could be seeing a lot more here. But getting that full cap, if you're the side of Workers Union, you got to be really happy with that because you have a defined win condition at this point. Just stop them before they cap, even if it's a half meter before they full cap. That's all you need to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's a long way to go for any team. It's not the easiest to full cap any map. So doing that with almost a minute on the clock, it's pretty good. We see the stats here. Synox, you know, they kind of got bowled over as a team for Cerberus, but Synox still popping off right now. 12 and 4, 8,500 damage. Used 3 blizzards that round, which they were really close to a 4th as well. I mean, absolutely farming there now, potentially going back over to the Reaper that we saw in map number 1.
An interesting choice here to rock the Sombra with the Maga. I'm really curious as to what you're trying to do on the Sombra, who you're going to hack. Are you trying to catch the Maga out before he uses a Cardiac Overdrive? Are you trying to catch May out before they Ice Block? I'm just not quite sure. We'll have to see.
All right, here we go. Shippy just putting in the virus, putting in the damage, trying to get closer to that EMP, which is the big crux. So we'll see what they can do as the damage is coming through. There's just so much on the side of Workers Union. Maga Bastion deals so much damage, and Shippy just can't get over the wall. It'll be a pretty clean fight there for Workers Union.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying last round, they're just going for absurd amounts of damage and May walls. That's the whole play here for Workers Union. Absurd amounts of damage, catch somebody with a May wall. That's the entire game plan here. Midnight Mare almost has this Coalescence, but with this absurd amount of damage coming out from Workers Union, I don't know if that's going to be enough to really sustain a push.
All right, here we go. Coalescence out, but Alizon is so low, already dead here as Coach is able to drop 2. It will be Synox being able to take down Coach, but I mean, the health pools for Cerberus just are not in the favor right now. Alzor's is going to invest the cage fight here. The Cardiac Overdrive able to keep Alzor's alive in the face of all of that damage, and Workers Union are able to stabilize here.
It took that window though. Synox looked like they were about to turn it with that Death Blossom. As soon as the cage fight went down, that was looking kind of sketch. But Cerberus is going to be able to re-engage because Milk is not going to be back just yet. So, well, maybe not. Looks like they're going to do a full reset.
All right, EMP waiting in the wings for Shippy. It's going to hit 3. It's going to be good, but I mean, Synox goes down. It'll be a trade though for Alzor's. both sound barriers now used by both of the Lucios. Alazan at 96% to cage fight, but won't need to use it. They're gonna get 2 ticks here and maybe a full cap.
And yeah, it looks like they're going to take first point there off the back of the Sound Barrier, Death Blossom, and EMP. But I mean, side note, Shippy's already 50 to another EMP, so this thing's building super quick. Look at the cage fight coming out.
The aggression comes through for Cerberus Esports in that cage fight, giving the infinite ammo to Alazan is not going to lead to any kills, but the damage is so good that the rest of the team can clean it up anyway.
Yeah, I mean, and that's really all you want to do. Even if you trade out Alazan for Alzors, if you manage to just take everyone out at the same time, you take that trade. You take that trade every single time because it's going to give you a lot of cart push. And you manage to get Shippy up to this EMP, so you can get aggressive pretty early on here if you're Cerberus Esports to try and get some good value out of this EMP.
Potentially able to close out the window for Milk here. So we'll see what Shippy is going to do with this EMP as we begin the next fight. Amp Matrix out early from Milk. Shippy, they're just going to back up here. They're just going to disengage. Oh, but they're able to kill Suet here. All right, well, now it's time for aggression, and I assume, no, they don't even need the EMP. They're just more than happy to take this fight.
Oh my goodness, just bulldozing right through Workers Union, and at the same time, now you've managed to get Synox up to this Death Blossom, so you could go in for an EMP Death Blossom if that's your flavor of ult combo. You know, I used to enjoy that in Overwatch 1. I haven't seen it quite as often in 2 though, so we'll see.
All right, Synox waiting in the wings as Workers Union, you know, they're going to return to the fight. Suidir throws out the Blizzard. The EMP comes through. It cancels the Blizzard, and it's Colossal. 4 for Sino, 3 in a, you know, Immortality Field, but that's a clean team wipe and a capture for Cerberus Esports.
You know, that's, yeah, I'd probably swap if I was Suidir at that point too. That's 2 times now your Blizzard got canceled by EMP this round, so... Yeah, that's probably a smart play, honestly. But Suidir opting for this Echo here.
All right, here we go. Workers Union ready to get right back into this fight. Suidir hacked up, and you see Synox trying to help out with the assassination, but not quite able to get it out. Zors does have the cage fight ready to go, and they're going to drop it on Alazan's head. The sound barrier comes out from Bananas, and the sustain is going to be there to take down Alzors. So the cage fight is all for naught for Workers Union, as is their sound barrier. You see Alazan jumping in, has the cage fight, gonna drop it, and you know, it's the table is turned here for Workers Union. They're the ones with the cage fight in their faces, and it's going to be good to take down a few.
I mean, I love that aggressive play right there. If you can stagger out, yep, that's beautiful stagger onto Phoenix. This is going to be an easy cap for Cerberus Esports now.
Yeah, 2 minutes, 44 seconds on the clock. Excuse me, after the capture, I mean, both of these teams showed out on their attack, but Cerberus, they were unrelenting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I need to give another shout out to Midnight Mare because a lot of these plays were made because Midnight Mare is doing so much healing on this Moira. Like it's got to be an absurd amount of healing. I don't know what the stats are, but it's got to be just absolutely crazy.
I believe Midnight Mare right now, if this is up to date, has a little under 10,000 healing. So very, very strong performance by the Moira. But then Synox and Shippy on that DPS line. I mean, the EMP and the Death Blossoms were great, but even in the neutral fight, they were electric. You see, Shippy didn't even need the EMP in that last clip, killed 3 anyway. So, I mean, this DPS line is so scary for Cerberus.
Yeah, absolutely. Just really strong plays so far from everybody on both
Milk
sides.
Is doing... Wow.
So the other thing to point out there is that Midnight Mare was on the Lucio in round 1, and Bananas was on the Flex support in round 1, so they swapped that around. So that's going to make the healing numbers a little awkward there. So, but you get the idea.
All right, here we go. Workers Union, one more shot here. 1 minute on the clock. Coach is on the Sojourn. We'll see if they can find something early here as they build up. Oh, the shot, I think, hits Alazan in the chest. The cardiac overdrives are so much, too much for Workers Union to overcome, to fall to bananas, and this fight, they've already been pushed out.
Coach does manage to trade out Synox, though, on the way out, so you can't be too mad about that, because now Banana's going to have to come back, speed back Synox into this fight. No ults really close for either team, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Synox or Midnight Mare get their ult in this fight.
All right, Alzor's in, hacked. Can they take down Alzor's here early? They're not quite able to do it, and there we go. It'll be a trade of Malgas actually here, as Synox has to use the Wraith form to get away, but Coach puts one squarely in the chest of Synox, and we're going to see the overclock here from Synox. The damage is going to be good to clean up Midnight Mare in this fight in the hotel is good. It'll be a trade, but it will be Workers Union taking point A.
Yep, and we are in overtime now, so that's going to be overtime spawns. Any kill that is gotten here is absolutely massive, so if you're either team right now, you want to make sure you have a full reset before you engage into this next fight. But Cerberus Esports is getting close to just press Q and win territory with all these ultimates that they have on the board right now.
Workers Union not slouching at all for them, and Suadir gets called out by the Sombra of Shippy. So low, and you know, the orb comes up there to help take care of Suadir, and that should be the go button with the EMP Coalescence out from Milk, and I mean, everything is just going in the way of Cerberus Esports right now. Sound barrier going to be used by Phoenix, but Shippy still has this EMP ready to go. Cage fight gone, it hits 4. Can they clean it up? It'll be a counter EMP by Suadir, but it's just not gonna matter. Shippy's EMP was all for naught. Workers Union are able to bring it back from the brink.
So the early kill by Shippy actually ended up coming back to bite Cerberus Esports because of the late EMP by Suadir. I imagine that EMP comes out at a much, much different time if Suadir's actually alive at the beginning of that fight. So that's actually kind of crazy. Coach getting close to this overclock for this next fight, which is the only ult that the Workers Union could have on the board. Bananas does have this sound barrier. I imagine they'll get aggressive and engage with it.
Here we go, Coach building up this railgun, and Alazan is so low. Has to use the sound barrier to keep them up, but Alzor's falls. Now it's the overclock for Coach. Drops down from the high ground, but Synox is in their face, and 2 dead for Workers Union will spell the end of their second attack, but it was not a shabby one with only a minute.
No, especially with point number 1 being so defensible as it is on King's Row. We'll see. We'll see if Workers Union can manage to hold this down. But 2 minutes, 45 seconds, that's like, well, in this game, that's like 3 ult cycle rotations, it seems like, as fast as everybody's getting ults in these fights. But typically, that's long enough for like 1 to 2 ult fights. So you just kind of, you need to try and just survive a couple of fights. This is a really even map so far, though, as you can see from this stat block. This could go either way. It's 2 minutes, 44 seconds. That's all you have to do if you're Workers Union to take this map and tie up the series.
And Midnight Mare has just about caught up to Milk in the healing department despite being on the Lucio for a little bit. So that backline's still doing work with Bananas in right now. So, I mean, they're doing a great job of keeping their team alive. And, of course, you can't overlook Synox and Shippy. This duel between Suadir and Shippy has been really, really interesting to watch for me. You know, like you said, that EMP late basically saved the fight for Workers Union. There was nothing that Cerberus could do to respond to it. So this back and forth between Shippy and Suadir is something you've got to keep your eye on.
Yeah, the EMP canceling out the cage fight was absolutely massive. I'm pretty sure that Cerberus would have took that map, or would have took that fight right there without that EMP coming through from Suadir.
All right, here we go. Now it is Cerberus's turn for an answer. Alazan is already in the back line, and Alzor's is already dead. The Malga of Workers Union cannot get away with their life, and so many are just falling over. It's all blue in the kill feed. Cerberus are going to take for point A.
Yeah, that was really quick. That took about 30 seconds. That was it. Really? Really? Okay.
Yeah. Great fight there as they get the stagger on Suadir, and this time there's no EMP to punish it.
Yeah, no, that's just insane that Shippy was able to catch them out like that. That never happens when I'm spy checking. So like, honestly, great play right there from Shippy. You get the stagger. Midnight Mare's getting really close to this coalescence. That ult discrepancy between Midnight Mare and Milk is actually kind of massive. This is one heal orb essentially.
All right, well, looks like your math's not like super far off, but just a little bit. All right, 90% for Midnight Mare going into this coalescence. Here's another orb. There it is. It was 2 orbs. Cardiac Overdrive going to come in from Alzon for the engagement, and then the coalescence to follow. They ran in their headlong, and I mean, look at the health of Workers Union right now. It's 0 for Suadir, and it's going to be real tough for Workers Union to bring this out. A minute on the clock for Cerberus Esports to push it another 15 meters. The engagement once again. Phoenix uses the sound barrier for the durability. Coach is able to pop Shippy with the overclock. Can they bring this out? It's a very heavy investment here, but it will be a fight win for Workers Union.
Yeah,
no!
I mean, that's a little bit tragic, I'm not gonna lie. With 30 seconds left in the round, that's a little bit tragic. Especially because Cerberus most likely wanted that to happen because they didn't burn not one of their ultimates for that fight. So we're looking at a 5 ult engagement from Cerberus Esports because Midnight Mare is gonna build this off of like 4 orbs, I'm gonna say. No, maybe 3. I'm gonna say 3 orbs.
All right, it's going to be, the onus is on Suadir, and it's a big, colossal EMP! I mean, man, so unfortunate for for Workers Union, that is. I mean, they just had the ultimate advantage, and both EMPs were great, but Shippy's was just better. And I feel like that's kind of the story that we saw throughout that map with that duel, is that Suadir looked good, Shippy was just a little bit better.
Yeah, once Cerberus really committed to swapping full on to this Maga composition, it was apparent that they had some good practice on it because, my goodness, they were making some crazy good plays. This Reaper Sombra combo has just been great to see as well. I love the way that they're both just full on attacking the same target together. Like that's what makes Overwatch really fun to watch. Just watching all the players together attacking somebody.
I mean, Cerberus, at that point, they were just playing the meta from before the most recent patch. This Malga Sombra Reaper composition, that was what everybody was playing last week before the quick hot patch to nerf Malga. So they know that there is some level of cohesion in the composition that they're playing, and they're just taking advantage of the fact that Workers Union is just that little bit less cohesive. And it's paying out in spades right now for Cerberus.
Yeah, but if you're Workers Union, you can still be happy because that was a last fight map just now. Like, it's not like this was a complete blowout. So if you do decide to take the mirror, it's not like you were playing it poorly by any stretch of the imagination. So you're not super mad if you take that mirror fight if you're the side of Workers Union.
Yeah, and as we get a look at our final stats for Kings Row, it was close for the most part, but, you know, Cerberus were just able to break away at the end. 20,000 damage for, what is that, 4 players in the lobby? That's ridiculous. Yeah. 26,000 damage for both, or healing for both Moiras. I mean, everything, these teams are just swinging right now. I mean, it's a 2-0 lead here for Cerberus, but both of these teams are just, the margin is so thin. We'll get a proper comparison here between Alzon and Alzors, and it's so close.
Yeah, it was really close between these two Magas as well. I really think Alzors wanted that cage fight back there towards the end, but maybe it wouldn't have mattered anyways because EMP just cancels out the cage fight anyways.
It's just like, you got to think about that, right? But it's still not the cage fight is so strong. It's just not a resource you want to throw away in a 1 versus 5. right? I mean, so whether or not the EMP would have canceled it is neither here nor there. Right now, we just know it was a resource wasted. So, you know, do what you will with that information. But for right now, we are going to cut it to a break, and when we come back, we'll see if Workers Union can stay alive on Saravasa. And like I said, the margins are closed, so stick around. I think they just might be able to do it. All right, welcome back, everybody. Cerberus, they're up 2-0. I mean, we're on match point right now going into Saravasa, and it's not nearly as close as everybody thought it would be.
I mean, the fights were definitely really, really close on King's Road. They could have gone the Workers' Union way, but the Ultimates just ended up being in favor of Cerberus for the very last fight of that map. And, we'll see. Are we going to see the Maga mirror again on Saravasa? I imagine it's very, very much within the realm of possibility. But we do have a swap for the side of Cerberus Esports.
Yep.
Looks like Trick is coming back in for Bananas. They managed to make it to the match, just in time for map 3. You love to see it.
Yeah, training weights coming off for Cerberus Esports as Trick enters the lineup, but Workers Union are going to also have a swap on their DPS. It's going to be Narnar Binks coming into the lineup. So, potentially wanting to change some stuff up. They know something is going wrong. So, why not try something new as, you've really got nothing to lose here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Workers Union is going to opt for potentially a Genji, just because Narnar Binks, all of their hero options are listed as Genji from the team sheet that we have. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that.
All right, here we go. Hello, Mr. Gator. You're looking very dashing today. I love you, Gator. And Frog and Crab, wherever we see them. Bro's just chilling. Didn't know you were chill like that, Mr. Gator. All right, I'll see you later. All right, it's going to be for Cerberus Esports, Amaga once again with the Reaper, Sombra, Lucio, Moira. I imagine that this is what they're going to be coming out on, and they were all lined up there. And oh, okay, I've just been informed that from the incredible Chef Billy that his name is actually Flatty Fred. So I'm sorry, Fred, I did not know your game. But Workers Union are going to come out on the Orisa.
Yeah, very interesting. They're opting for a Bap Lucio with this Orisa, and then Bap Kiriko. This is another one of the comps I've ever seen in my life. Workers Union has shown me 2 of the comps I've ever seen in one game. I gotta say I'm thankful for it.
All right, yeah, they're doing some interesting stuff. They're gonna try it out here as we get into Market Trick, the one on the Tracer duty in this fight, keeping that Tracer off the back line. Now it's Narnar Binks in the face of Trick. Not quite able to find the pick there as the hat comes through onto Milk. Can they jump on the Baptiste? They cannot, but Narnar Binks goes to work with the shurikens. It'll be a trade, however, but Alizan is going to absolute ham, and they're going to push Workers Union back once more.
Yeah, and you're capping point the whole time if you're Cerberus, so you're already 30%. There's you're going to be close to one fight territory by the time the next fight ends, unless Workers Union manages to get back rather quickly. Narnar Binks does have this blade up and running, though.
All right, yeah, closer to the ultimate along with Midnight Mare, so we'll see what they can do with these ultimates ready to go. Synox doing a good job of keeping Suadir at bay. Milk so low in the face of the hack and virus, but the coalescence is going to be so much damage. But Midnight Mare is stuck in the back line. No fade to get away, and Phoenix is going to be there to clean it up. Both support ultimates out from Workers Union are going to lead to them getting the kills and getting the flip here.
I mean, just great work surviving for the side of Workers Union. You can't state that hard enough. You get both support ults out from the side of Workers Union, and it's definitely a worthwhile fight win. Cerberus Esports, though, is going to have 4 ults up and running for their fight. I would say be most wary of that cage fight, as you mentioned before. We've seen a lot from this EMP Death Blossom combo, too, throughout the course of this match.
All right, here we go. Shippy in position with the EMP. It's going to hit 3 there. The cleanse comes through onto Alzora's. The Death Blossom going to take down the entire back line of Workers Union. Synox is good for 3 here, and that's all they needed was... Oh, they used the sound barrier too, I guess. But they're going to take this flip and take the point as well.
Yeah, and I mean, 3 ults for the point. You'll take that if you're the side of Cerberus. there's not really an ult you're super afraid of if you're the side of Cerberus Esports, because you can. Oh, here we go. We're seeing the Jotes coming out.
Okay.
We're seeing the Jotes coming out. All right, I see you.
All right, yeah, this is interesting. I thought that they were walking the wrong way, try to go to a different point, but it's the Jotes here for Cerberus Esports. Midnight Mare very, very close to Coalescence once more. Spear right into the side of Alzan, but the jump onto Milk is going to be good. Narnar Binks with the blade, able to cut down Trick, so it's 2 for 2 here. So the Shurikens, they're going to do a little bit of work, but not enough as the Pulse Bomb comes out. Suidir can only do so much. The flip is going to come through for Cerberus.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of hate to lose the Pulse Bomb there if you're the side of Workers Union, but I mean, you'll get it back pretty quickly. Tracer builds ult insanely fast. Looks like we're seeing a Reaper swap here from Narnar Binks. So this is interesting. The side of Cerberus Esports is going to have their Coalescence up. You kind of want Phoenix to build up this Kitsune rush as fast as they can as a counter for it.
There we go. Hook out onto Alazan, but the Coalescence in response is going to push Workers Union back for the time being. They're not going to find any final blows with the Coalescence, but it is going to deal a lot of pressure there. The Kitsune Rush is out from Phoenix. What can they find with it? They find Alazan with that Kitsune Rush. The overclock is going to come out from Shippy. Drops Phoenix, drops Alzor's. 2 for Shippy to keep this fight alive. Can they find another? The assist there from Trick. They pop the sound barrier, and Shippy for 4.
Oh, worthwhile sound barrier there for Trick, and that's why Trick is going to be your starting Lucio right there. Moments like that you can't really quantify it. You just have to have it happen right in front of you. That is a very, very worthwhile sound barrier. You most likely lose that fight without that extra health onto Shippy.
Yeah, and then the shots from Shippy. Crisp,
absolutely
clean, beautiful, and we're on a map and a match point as we get into Ruins. Pulse Bomb from Suidir, not gonna find a target. Alazan and the rest of the gang are already on the point, but Shippy is going to drop Suidir before the fight even starts. It'll be a trade. Here we see the Dragon Blade out, the cleanse in response. They're just gonna back up here in the face of the Coalescence from Milk. Will more than likely get this first flip, but Workers Union are not ready to give this up just yet. Narnar Binks has a Death Blossom ready to go as they find the pick on to Trick. Now, this fight is so heavily favored for Workers Union as the whole hog comes out. They get the fight, they get the flip.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be mad at that if you're the side of Workers Union. You really just had to give up whole hog to take that fight, and you probably didn't necessarily have to even do that much, but, you know, good to make sure Alazan doesn't use their rampage at some point there. But I'm seeing a potential rampage with some Coalescence damage on the back end of it, and that's going to be a lot.
All right, it is the Coalescence to get this fight started, but Narnar Binks drops down, takes down 2, takes down 3. The Death Blossom is colossal. Synox trying to keep this fight going. Synox is good for 3. Can they finish it off? Synox for 4. But it's just not enough. Oh, no.
And Alzor is just over here like, but at what cost? Oh, you love to see it, though. He just kind of stood there, just looked back and forth like, well, I guess it's just me now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1 versus 4 now. They're going to get the cleanse off as the Rampage comes out and finds Diddley. 0 hit by the Rampage of Alazan, but they still have these ultimates ready to go, waiting in the wings for Cerberus Esports, but Shippy gets pulled right into the action and no chance to respond there in the face of the Kitsune Rush. The flip is going to come through, and at 87%, that is all but a capture for Workers Union. They're going to stay alive on Surabasa.
Yeah, we're seeing a definite point take here. Shout out Alzor's on this hog. They're putting in some major work right now with all this damage output. Cerberus Esports is going to have the advantage in this next fight, though, with an overclock Dragon Blade and Sound Barrier potential combination. I doubt you'll even end up needing the Sound Barrier, though, as there's not really much going to be coming out for the side of Workers Union.
All right here. as we rotate over to Temple. It will be Workers Union that gets the early positioning, but the ultimate advantage is heavy in the favor of Cerberus. A big hook there, but it's on to Alzan, the one person that can get away scot-free now. Synox wants to use this Dragon Blade to engage. They cut Suadir in two, dash through Narnar Binks, and that is going to be a colossal Dragon Blade for Synox.
Yeah, and I mean, that's all it cost you was that Dragon Blade, so you're pretty happy about that if you're Cerberus Esports. You managed to retain your sound barrier and overclock, and now you've built up to a coalescence, so I imagine we'll see Cerberus again engage with this coalescence as they so like to do. But don't look now, on the other side, we're seeing overclock and Death Blossom coming online for Workers Union.
Right, here we go, 40% and counting for Cerberus Esports, but they still have this ult advantage. You see Trick doing her best to keep this this flank in check. Can they find a poop here? They find the Roadhog. Alzors is off the map, delivered by Trick. Phoenix, almost sent off. Midnight Mirror cleans up too, and at 70%, Workers Union will be hard pressed to get another touch.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult for Workers Union to get a touch. You see Suadir swapping to the Tracer just for that exact reason. Hopefully they manage to get a touch here, but it's going to be really, really close.
They were able to get a late pick onto Alazan, but there will not be a touch. Cleaned up by the overclock, and Cerberus Esports will take Suravasa 3-1 to get and confirm the sweep here against Workers Union. I mean, what a performance by the DPS line as well as Midnight Mare. I mean, everybody on the side of Cerberus had their moment to shine.
Yeah, honestly, everyone was just putting in absolute work for the side of Cerberus Esports. And, this is where you can go back to the drawing board if you're the side of Workers Union. They weren't that far behind on a lot of these maps. They were close. Their ult fights were just a little bit behind where Cerberus Esports were at, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah, I mean, Cerberus Esports, I mean, when you're in a competition, right, when you're in competitive Overwatch, split seconds, they matter. They matter, right? It's such a fast-paced game, Overwatch is, that if you're just even a quarter of a second behind your opponent, you're not going to win. It just won't happen. And you see right here, I mean, it was close statistically, but that quarter of a second is what led to Cerberus Esports getting this sweep tonight.
Yeah, it was just a little slight bit of a difference. And we'll see here in just a moment, we have a Moira comparison for that last map. And you can see here where Midnight Mare is just doing that little bit more healing. And it was just resulting in Coalescence just constantly being up for Cerberus Esports. Just constantly launching Coalescences. I felt like they were coming out much less for the side of Workers Union.
Yeah, everything went the way of Cerberus Esports here in this match. We're going to get an official word on the MVP of this match from our desk when we cut to them. But, I mean, I'm torn right now. I feel like the amount of value that Synox provided as well as Midnight Mare, I mean, just an unfathomable amount of healing and damage provided by Midnight Mare. So I feel like I know that the desk is probably going to lean towards Synox because that is where I'm leaning as well. Right. But you got to give the flowers to Midnight Mare. She put on a performance on the Moira.
Yeah, like I said, just the pure amount of sustain that I was seeing come out on King's Row was crazy. You were seeing them survive by just the smallest, tiniest fractions of health. And it was because of just that little bit of extra sustain that Midnight Mare was providing.
Yeah, so incredible performance from both of these teams, but it was Cerberus Esports that comes out with the sweep against Workers Union by a razor-thin margin. I just want to say thank you all for watching tonight, and we're going to go over to our desk here who, hey, that's not Bull Skunk, is it, Hippie?
I guess we'll see.
Yeah. Have a good night, everyone.
Have a good night.
I need a second.
What? What?
Welcome.
What
Okay,
are you
welcome
laughing
everyone
at?
back to the desk.
What are we laughing at? What are we laughing at? What I miss?
Bull Skunk, welcome back.
Thanks.
Hey. All right, we just got done with an insane matchup here. A 3-0 for Cerberus Esports against Workers Union. So, well, Bull Skunk, hey, you know what? We get to celebrate on the desk because we are right in the desk predictions. Dexatron, Jokers, I have to say that I'm sorry about what just happened here. Joker, I'm going to start off with you. I need... what happened?
Well, I can sum up in a few short sentences what happened here, and it goes like this. My favorite character is in fact the Reaper guy. He's a very powerful special move. Honestly, is one of the best in the game, and sometimes he comes equipped with these 2 revolvers. It only takes about 3 or 4 shots to actually execute a kill, so it comes really in handy, specifically when you come in from the side. Sam talks.
Joker, I think I'm gonna ask that to be put on my gravestone whenever that happens.
Compelling analysis.
It's poetry.
Poetry in motion.
Long thing to put on your gravestone.
I'm honestly a little disappointed our highlight package isn't just nothing but Death Blossoms. I felt like we could have genuinely made a highlight package of all the Death Blossoms in this series. Man, was it fun to watch. I'm not complaining by any means, don't get me wrong.
Listen, it's a 3-0 Bull Skunk, but this has been by far the most insane 3-0 that we've had in the longest time.
Yeah, you can say that. That was absolutely insane. I think that moment on Suravasa where it came down to a Genji versus a Reaper and they kill each other on the point after. I mean, just after Coach comes in and just wipes everyone with another one of these amazing Death Blossoms, pulling back I think it was a 3v5, maybe a 3v4 at that point, but pulls back a fight they should not have won. Turns into a 1v1 with the Genji. Both Shippy and it wasn't Coach at that point, or was... it may have been Suidir because we did get the sub from Narna Binks. That might have thrown me off a little bit. Anyway, that moment, and then we just see Ellsworth just sit on the Roadhog because they don't know what else to do. They just take a seat, and they're just like, all right. I think that moment best sums up this series, sir.
It really, really does. There's so many other highlight reel moments that we've also gotten out of this, and obviously the replays are giving us some of the best of the best. Now, Dexatron, you were correct in the last series. You joined us on the desk. Now you're incorrect. Welcome to the desk once again, by the way. It's very great to have you on here.
Yep.
I mean, it kind of blew away all of our expectations. We had a big upset coming up here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the 2 times I've predicted wrong have been the 2 times I've been on the desk. But I mean, just the Cerberus Esports absolutely did surprise me here a little bit. I thought Workers Union, coming off of what was a strong showing in the midseason tournament and a sweep, I believe, last week, I thought they were just going to pick up where they left off and just kind of carry that momentum. But Cerberus Esports and this entire squad, I mean, we saw them run a bunch of different comps, a bunch of different players, but honestly, it was the Sombra. It was this Reaper play that absolutely impressed me the most here. And Alexian on the tank, I mean, a very, very flexible tank as well. And we're all like, I want to give a huge shout out to Bananas. Honestly, like, we were waiting for... Cerberus Esports was waiting for a 5th player. Bananas was someone that had to sub in while they were waiting for, I believe,
Manager.
Trick to come in.
Had to come in.
Yeah. Bananas has himself as the manager, the assistant manager, the coach, and the assistant coach. They are a jack of all trades, and then they come in and being an excellent Lucio, an excellent support, whatever they needed. And I mean,
they just wanted to play their mini crosswords.
Yeah, they really did. And I mean, I'm not mad at the fact that I got my pride wrong, just because the Cerberus Esports team really did come out here to play, and Workers Union, I mean, it just seemed like they were lost. I mean, even knowing they like to run the Roadhog, it seemed like whenever they got off it and tried to go to a Malga, and it was just the Malga mirror, it seemed like Cerberus always knew how to beat it as well. And there was a point there on Kings Row, we were all talking about it, that the comp for Workers Union was really, really scary, but 1 or 2 slight changes from Cerberus really opened the floodgates for them.
And this is something that we really need to highlight, right, Bull Skunk? This is the crux that we were talking about at the beginning of this series, is what happens when that initial plan needs to be thrown away. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna have on the fly? And I mean, it felt like at every single moment, Cerberus Esports had that answer.
They absolutely did. And Cerberus came out with the Sombra Reaper right out of the gate. It was Workers Union played the Hog, actually, there in the very first map of Ruins. We saw that in the very beginning. It was dominant. Cerberus, they prevailed on that. They dominated. So then what, right? That was what we stipulated. That's what we were looking for. Workers Union tried to come out with double flyers. They try to come out. I mean, it's a unique approach. It's like, okay, like Sombra and the Reaper, they can't really reach the sky. They're not good at battling against aerial opponents. I mean, so the Winston's not really great against that either. But so Cerberus, they adjust. And we saw, I mean, Synox come through with an insane Genji on that map. Comes through on well with just an incredible Genji performance. Clip worthy. It's out there. And then that was it. That was the answer. Cerberus had it for that sub-map. They just went right back to the Sombra Genji from then on out. Workers Union never found a solution. They tried the Maga on King's Row. We saw a little fun with the Reinhardt, but all in all, it was the Sombra Genji, the Sombra Reaper that got it done for Cerberus.
And again, we are getting so much Overwatch. So all of the heroes on display. We got Roadhog. We even got Reinhardt. I mean, Reinhardt, for goodness sake. Listen.
At the end of the day, Workers Union never found a good answer for the Sombra Reaper, though. That's what it came down to. They did not have that second plan once the Hog failed.
No, they didn't. And it felt like they were just languishing that entire time. And Cerberus Esports just made their mark. They made themselves known. By goodness gracious, are we still picking our jaws up off of the floor? And so an amazing series like this needs to have an MVP. But before we go there, I do want to give an honorable mention that I think all of us across the desk can agree in unison that Banana, the savior of the day, the person who came in the very last moment to actually give Cerberus a chance to get this win, this 3-0 win, whom without none of this would have been possible. So, hey, everyone, claps in the air for honorable mentions towards Banana. Thank you. You gave us a great game. Enjoy your mini crosswords. I hope that they are pleasing now. But of course, we do have our MVP, and I think this is to no surprise of anyone. This is what every Reaper, when they rest their little heads on the pillow, dreams about, to become, to have in their hearts. And they also play a mean Genji. Don't get us wrong. It's the DPS extraordinaire. I'm not even, extraordinaire doesn't feel like the right word. The DPS god, Synox. What a player, Dexatron.
Absolutely. I mean, you said it best there, and we were definitely not talking about that in any worse way, and keeping that at the most G way we possibly could. But I mean, the EMPs and then the Death Blossoms, especially on King's Row, were just heaven to a Reaper player. The Genji play that we saw on that we already highlighted, and the play that we saw from them out on, I believe, the Genji as well on Cervasa. I mean, it was just incredible to watch. And yeah, we see people take over games every now and then, but Synox left their mark tonight. And like you said, you're calling them a god. Yeah, I would also be calling them a god after this one.
We got a little correction here. We are all. It is actually Sino X6. Sino X6. So
Sino.
Easy to confuse with the X on the end. So apologies there, but we'll get it right at the end.
We got there eventually. That's what matters.
That's all that matters. It's about the story and the friends we made along the way, right?
But the MVP deserves.
Got there eventually, man.
The MVP deserves to have their name correct, so we got to give it to them. Listen, I don't want to wake up and Sino hitting me with a Death Blossom. Okay, I'm not wanting that, because that's going to be in my nightmares tonight. That's all I'm going to say, Bull Skunk. This player though exemplified it in its purest form.
Oh, yeah, better later. We make some mistakes here, but we will correct ourselves and we will admit we made mistakes. That is okay. I just blame it on the dice. That's really all there is to it. They just blame it on the dice. That's my lesson to you all. I mean, Sino made this fun. I mean, what an outstanding performance. I mean, that's what you want from an MVP. I mean, that was flashy. It was, I mean, downright carry. We had there was 14 final blows on Well out of a total 30. If I'm remembering correctly. I mean, damn near a flooded deadlift. That was actually on Ilios as a whole. That wasn't just Well. That was on Ilios as a whole. I'm willing to bet it was actually a flooded deadlift on Well specifically. Yeah. But almost had the flooded deadlift on Ilios. So yeah, absolutely an X Factor carry performance.
Yeah. And Joker's Ransom, you gave us the Reaper epitaph, I guess you could say. It applies perfectly to Sino. Everything about this player, about this Reaper, about this Genji, about just them in general. Oh, I can't stop singing the praises.
No, I 100% agree with you. And then, I mean, also with the Genji, I mean, to be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to play Genji.
No way.
Dear God.
No
extremely
way.
Subtle.
We need our magnifying glasses out
and
here,
without
man.
a solid grasp of theoretical physics, most of the controls will go over a typical player's head. There is also a nihilistic outlook, which is deftly woven into his characterization. His personal philosophy.
Joker, please. Joker.
From Weeb literature, for instance.
I can't fit this on my headstone, okay?
The mains understand the stuff. And they have the intellectual capacity to truly appreciate the depths of these abilities.
We are...
To realize that they are not just hard, that they say something deep about life. As a consequence, many people will dislike Genji are truly are mercy mains, of course. They wouldn't appreciate, for instance, the meaning of Genji's existential catchphrase, Mata Mata, which itself is a cryptic reference to Hippocrates' knowledge of medicine. I'm smirking right now, just imagining one of those mercy mains scratching their head in confusion as Genji's blade unfolds itself on their screens. What fools! How I pity them.
I don't know how we can. I don't know how we top that. So instead, thank you all so much for watching Friday Night Overwatch. Hey, you know what? It was an amazing series, though. Even our amazing residential chef Billy was chef's kiss all over this. You should have heard the excitement coming from them while we basically had a watch party looking at this. But from all of us here on the desk, Bullskunk, Dextron, Joker's Ransom, and myself, Sam Tonks, and of course to our production staff behind the scenes, of course none other than the amazing Hippie, Beam Garden, Bailey, and of our casters in the Fletch, Shadowfang, who have given us this 10 out of 10 series. We thank you all so much for watching. Again, a massive congratulations to Cerberus Esports on their win. Make sure you hit that follow button though, because there is always more exciting Overwatch action happening here on the CGL channel. You definitely do not want to miss it. And of course, you do not want to miss next week's Friday Night Overwatch for EU and NA. Thank you all once again for watching, and we will see all of you next broadcast.